think this has been a success regardless. And they're going to get shot out by Biel as he's been able to survive through the majority of this game. So that's a nice little start. Getting destroyed. Gets himself Himas. Can he get himself all three? He said the start. Yes, he gets it. What a recovery.
On fire. I wonder what the comms are like right now. Mime's a very vocal guy. I love that. DraftKings coming into. Oh, look at that.
Trying to go for the res regardless. Great throw on that one. As of course, with 2 players down, they have to make a play happen here. Vox, the spearhead now, trying to rev on down as Snake has continued.
To an extent, for split, and then you have all of that.
Time to send it, see what you can get, and look at this. Everybody's taking shots.
Yeah, that shift was pretty rough for Falcons there. But
P90 might just be too much to deal with in the end, and Luke 12 finds another one. Baron will go down and kiss the last one alive. He's been spotted through the smokes. Luke 12
Better. RBN, who we just heard from a second ago, finds Purdy Curdy and gets the knock onto him.
Yeah, they've been completely silent.
Be consolidated with likes of Falcons, Gen.G and Fury have to go, but Falcons already stretching their way out. SDG get caught not just once but twice.
where these guys are, they're going to have to leave that spot eventually. And another knock coming in, big nade, and now Penta is just going to crash in, and that is pretty much academic. Duel will take a...
He gets himself one. LFP stands in the open, but he's shut down by Hot and Spicy. It's a 3 versus 1 now. Make it 3v none.
For a team like New Gen All-Stars that are sitting up at the top.
Yeah, oh, that's a great shot from Gladiator. Now he's got a Zero to deal with as a peak battle. Do not get the headshot multiplier. So this fight really works in favor of X10. Big nade launched on the edge, and it does a ton of splash damage to 2. That's a focus on to X10. X10 lose 2 in the blink of an eye. Mars is going huge on the opposite side for his team. Mars steps through and he gets another one. Is he going to get all 4?
Safe until suddenly it's not. Here comes the speaking of it's safe until it's not. Oh my God! Base of injected and a little bit of this hillside cliff that drops down over into the, I guess, the center and the west of what we're watching. K-Mine though.
Now for well over a year. This is where they like to play inside these circles. The athletes of Christ get one member of Liquid, another one might be about to fall. LFP confirms out Alo back up. Look who is now down as they push into those Yaz yellows. You can see Alo takes a ton of damage. The Panzer falls out. That's going to take down Emmy. Soul's going down. It's not often you see this compound map being a position that you can keep your vehicles up, but because of the circle, this is such a good compound to hold, at least for now. And they know exactly where Fixin is. They send in the Panzer. Fake.
It's going to be a very clean knock coming out from Warner.
Yeah, and another mortar should be following that one up. Dad buff, he is down. Timothy and Flanker, they'll just keep holding the spot. That one lands just a little bit too far away to get the flush. But Flanker, he ran right into it. Dreams from Collector.
Hall of Fame. That's going to mean it's foot pushes and firefights, and Wolf looks like they realized they have the back door onto Falcons. A little bit of high ground. Do they want to go after this bigger question? Falcons starting to read both sides of this hill, getting dicey. It's time to hop the car. Not too many more they can do. They just got to send it.
Yeah, they got to pick one of these fights, and that's exactly what they've done. Andrew will catch Tiggleton out now as Gustav shrimps in kick. Will get involved. Gustav steps up, managed to get one. Oh my God, Kickstart has just deleted our... Conf got that with a pistol, I'd have been all over it, but back on 55. Oh my God, Conf, yeah, I'm done.
He did it!
Keep it going.
Conf is still going. The
Keep it going, baby.
Another one. Can he finish this? We're gonna in a minute hear from Carrick from 55 about their challenges, but you can't stop when Conf is on the chase. Look at this guy.
Come on. He's got it. He's chasing them down. He's having to play against the trees now, and this is great. Last breath, they know they got to get away. And he gets the third one. Conk, you bad man.
This is like watching, you know when you play single player games and you've always got that mission when you're on a bike with a gun just shooting endless enemies. He's just done that in a multiplayer lobby.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
Everyone, and it is day 2 of PAS here in the Americas, and I am hosting tonight alongside Matt and Poro. And I suppose, Matt, getting kicked in before we even talk about anything else, how about those athletes of Christ yesterday?
Oh, it was intriguing yesterday, as they did manage to pick up 3 games. That's a phenomenal run, to say the least, out of 5. I mean, that is a 60% win rate. That is ridiculous in PUBG. Hard, though, to replicate, especially given the fact that they didn't take the overall #1 spot on the leaderboard until the very last match. That does, though, mean the fact that the top of the leaderboard is very compacted, and we could have some fun today.
We really could, and it is just one day, though. It's a 3-day event as we have a look at the schedule, and Poro, it's a big change, right? Like, we've seen teams in the past who can do it on one day, but it's a very different story doing it completely over a weekend as we bring up that schedule.
For sure, yeah, and I mean, I don't want to rain on Athletes of Christ Parade by any means. Like, getting 3 wins out of 5 games is an insane accomplishment, but they're still only ahead of second by 10 points. And then yesterday, I think if you look at the games that they did win, they got a lot of circle favor, and you know, obviously there's nothing you can do about that. You just got to try to capitalize as much as you can off of that, and that's exactly what they did. But as you said, there's still 10 games to go. What are we going to see from them whenever they maybe don't get that same circle favor?
And you're talking about circle favor, but at the same time, Matt, a lot of the time Falcons got very good circles as well.
They did
Most
as well.
of the circles were good for them, but Matt, unlike the Athletes of Christ, Falcons kept getting mudded down in fights. Like, it just seemed like they were in combat so often.
Yeah, I mean, tale of 2 different styles of playing, right? Is Falcons felt like, I don't know if maybe they're just trying to flex their wings a little bit, figure out exactly how their fight dynamics are going to be working. They were very aggressive, and that's not a bad thing. They still managed to get a decent placement right now off of kill points mostly. So if we see that flex out and start getting some placement points in there, that's a brutal squad to deal with.
It is, and of course, this is the finals of the first round of PAS we have this year, and I think, Paul, the big thing is, after this weekend, we do it all again next week, where we have those playoffs, and then we go into the finals.
Yes, sir. We re-rack the whole thing and do it all over again next weekend. So hopefully you guys enjoyed what you saw these last 2 weekends, because we're going to do it all again. But that means that they go back from doing this 15-game final back to that best of 5 day-to-day during those playoffs, which, as we all know, is very stressful.
Yeah, and these, of course, are all the teams that will be competing, of course, next week, and 16 of them taking part this week. I think the big story, though, that might be a bit of a win is probably the fact, Matt, that all the regional partner teams did qualify through to the grand finals, and the 2 teams who got the direct invites the first day of playoffs, the Athletes of Christ and Duel, also made it in as well. So a lot of those teams justifying their addition to the very first day of playoffs.
I mean, you got to love it whenever the system is showing that it works. Gets a bit dangerous, though, on day 3, not going to lie. If anything, it feels odd that our grand finals feel less stressful right now than our qualification brackets, but hey, I'll take the drama, dude. I enjoy it. I'm curious to see how much the squads that are sitting back watching are going to be figuring out exactly how they're going to be making modifications, because they get to watch everybody that they're competing against for the next 3 days and figure out if they want to go for any hot drops or any specific, I wouldn't say hot drops, but more like trying to catch people in rotation or find something fancy to maybe find a couple more points.
Yeah, and we are, of course, moving into day 2, where we will have 5 matches. And I suppose the question I have for you, Poro, is on that list of participating teams, we will talk about Athletes of Christ and we'll talk about Bestia. But other than that, are there any teams out there that you want to show some love to that maybe weren't up at the top of the leaderboard yesterday, but kind of went under the radar with a sneaky good day?
I mean, I think Rock actually had a surprisingly good day. I mean, you look at it, it's sitting in 5th place with 40 points overall, but that's 20 points off of kills, 20 points off of placement. They didn't get a win yesterday, but they kept finding themselves in those late game scenarios. Obviously, we didn't get to talk about them too much because they didn't get those wins, right? But they were collecting points. They were doing what Rock has become known for doing for so long at this point, and that's just hanging around and putting themselves into a good spot with 1 day remaining to where they can then kind of step up and try to find that top of the leaderboard spot.
And what these teams are playing for, of course, is those all-important PGC points as well as qualification to try and make it to PGS. But Matt, this year we're seeing a bit of a change where the playoffs as well are giving PGC points too. So in addition to the whopping haul of 250 you get for winning, if we get really amongst the weeds of it, how you perform in the playoffs might actually be the tiebreaker with those extra points for teams maybe making it to PGC later on in the year.
Yeah, I mean, of course, whenever you're looking at the top leaderboard, you get 250 versus day 3 where you get 3. But if you're looking down at like 8th place where it's 30 points, 7th place where it's 40 points, now compare that to playoffs day 1 with 16. That's a whole different positional placement just based off of your performance through the playoff days. That can have a massive impact, or it could not. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm hoping the fact that we see 1 or 2 points here or there be the line of demarcation between these teams.
But I'm excited going into today, right? Because this is day 2, and we saw the Athletes of Christ have a really good day. Falcons were solid, you know, they were up at the top of the leaderboard up until that last map. But I think another team that needs to be talked about is Bestia, Poro, because we saw them really step up. They won a good game, they got a 2nd place in there as well. But what they were doing really well was playing for the late game, right? We spoke about playing for placements. We saw a lot of that from them.
No, I thought Bestia looked really good at times, and honestly, it looked like their team fighting was kind of working a lot better than maybe we would have expected, or that we've seen so far with that roster. So it seems like that roster is starting to finally kind of click and get their communications going and kind of figure out what each other wants to do. So, I mean, at the end of the day, that 4-man squad can hang with any other 4-man squad in this lobby. So it's just a question of kind of getting themselves into that position where they can do such.
Another day, of course, that had tons of ups and downs. And I think Duel, Matt, if we did a graph of their performance yesterday, it was like a solid trend up, right? They started off a couple of points, few points in game 2, didn't get any wins, but it seemed like they were growing in confidence from map to map.
Yes, their points are more of a parabola where it's going to be, what was it, game number 3 was their big game, and then it was, 12th, 6th, 2nd, 6th, 9th. So it just kind of, but we did actually start seeing them take more, I guess, dramatic positions, which sometimes Duel can be a little less hesitant to do. And by dramatic positions, I mean points where you know that you're going to have 2 to 3 teams maybe trying to jump for your position or playing for an area that is very strong on the map, because it's one of the things we don't get a chance to dive into. A lot of squads sometimes will just kind of leave the sleeping giant alone, right? If somebody gets a really good compound and circle, say 3 or 4, they'll just kind of leave it alone and let them do whatever. We saw Duel being a little bit more, I guess, aggressive in going for those styles of positions.
Yeah, but look, it's still promising signs going forward. But I think what would be a good thing to do now is to look back at the highlights from yesterday and maybe find out if No Way features prominently in the highlights as it did on Airtime yesterday.
Well, I mean, I feel like No Way was so prominently featured because they were always getting involved in something early. It seemed like they were one of the first teams that were getting involved in fights as the game started. And that game 1, though, they did manage to get it all the way to the end here, and that was almost, I feel like that was the best game that we saw out of Team Liquid as well, with that 2nd place 9 kills. And you know, we saw that from them. We saw Falcons get the win with 9 kills as well in game 1. And we were like, oh, okay, both of these teams kind of back at it again. And then it kind of trailed off a little bit further. Falcons found a little bit more success in game 3, but Liquid, not so much.
As if to curse them. It's the highlight where they're doing well immediately, followed by where they go out early, just to set the tone for it. I mean, it's an intriguing situation whenever we look at this, because like there's a lot of squads that had like a falter game, but then also had a lot of consistency. We were talking about Rock. Copenhagen Wolves falls into that category as well, where they got, 4th, 7th, 4th, 5th, but game number 1 was just a 14th, finding a couple of kills. No Way, again, looking at Circle 2, moving into phase number 3, getting active as Lopez going to be finding stuff with the shotty. The squad loves to scrap early, but not always going to be the biggest favorite for them.
I was excited watching these Falcons. I know a lot of question marks were kind of like, okay, how are they going to adapt? Obviously, one of the biggest stories in the Americas, replacing H-Win, bringing in Gustav, and, you know, just kind of waiting to see how long it's going to take Gustav to kind of fit into the roster, kind of figure out the region as well, because it's not just, you know, coming into a new team, it's coming into an entirely new region of play. And obviously Americas plays a lot differently than Europe does, but you know, we saw signs yesterday, and obviously we saw, you know, a little bit of missteps here and there as well, but we still saw signs that when that team is 4 live, the addition of Gustav does not seem to be slowing them down at all.
I mean, we talk a lot about roster swaps and stuff like that, with H-Wing going over the Wolves and the Wolves coming out big on day number 1 for the qualification series and kind of setting a pace and putting more of an onus over onto the Falcons. But you hit on a great point. Gustav, he's having to learn an entirely new different region. Kickstart's having to figure out how to slot him in, and while they do play together here and there, yes, it's not going to be the same as picking up somebody in the region that you might bump into more or you've competed against on a more regular basis through scrims. So Gustav and Kickstart are in a very awkward situation where they're one of the squads that I would say that has the biggest learning curve, because they have to figure out how to make a system work around a player that they don't necessarily compete against as much as we see other things going on, Gibson.
Definitely not. And as we look at the overall leaderboard, we spoke a lot about Athletes of Christ, right? They're on 56 points, 10-point gap over second. But to use a golf phrase, Poro, Saturday is always moving day. And as you kind of look down through that leaderboard, are you kind of thinking that maybe today could be the day for like a Toyo, Liquid, or Wolves to start really climbing that table? Or do you think we're going to see much of what the same as yesterday?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see Wolves kind of start the climb up again. Liquid, jury's still out, man. As much as I want to say that they're gonna do better, it's just I just don't know anymore. You've got to see it on film instead of just seeing it on paper at this point. So we'll see. But I think Rock will also step up as well. Toyo didn't really show a whole lot yesterday, but again, it was only 5 games, right? And the same for Liquid, and that could be said for any teams. It was only 5 games. So if you just didn't get much luck beyond game number 1, like Liquid or Toyo, even in that situation, Toyo finished 3rd in match 1 and just never really saw the top 8 and after that. So maybe today we'll turn things around. It's another 5-game set, but I think everybody at the end of the day just wants to make sure that they put themselves in the best position that they can with 5 games remaining, with 1 day left to play going into tomorrow.
Every single time and every map these teams play, they get a better idea of how the lobby's going to work, where teams are getting strengths and where teams are getting weaknesses from. And some of those weaknesses are getting smoothed out as well, because I think this has been the biggest season of changes we've ever seen to rosters in the Americas, where even all the top teams made changes. But what about Fury and Matt? Like, are you comfortable with the changes they made? Like, they brought in Kawazine last year, and then now they've changed Kawazine out again. Are you happy with Furia?
I mean, Fury's performances based off of kills alone says something. I mean, 31 puts them at the top of the board, and placements have been a bit elusive, but that's just because these guys are fighting, and I respect it. This is the way that they're playing right now, I find highly indicative of a climb performance. Whenever we look at specifically like some of the best players, you can kind of see how this all is going to play out. We're talking about like Liquid and the way that they're playing versus like Athletes of Christ, everything like that. The stark differences to me often come in kill performance, because whenever you see extremely high kill count games, like 19 kills in a game that we saw coming out from Furia, but then also still finding a 7 or a 3 here or there, they do get a goose egg with 16th and out on 1 game. So I'm not going to fault them too much on that on Furia. But then we compare that to Liquid, let's say. First game, second place, 9 kills. Then only 2 kills, 1 kill, 2 kill, 4 kills. It's sure, you can get bad circles, you can get all this other stuff. But if you're still affecting the lobby, getting kills, fighting your way in while you're still chasing the circle, that's an indicator for me of a much higher, I guess, trend upwards, because you will eventually find the circles, or you'll find an easier path in, or you'll find that good position to really capitalize off of.
And I think one player we want to highlight, though, is Shrimzy, because as much as everything changes, Poro, some things stay the same. This guy has been Mr. Consistency now for years, and he kept it up yesterday.
Oh, he's popping off yesterday. He was having himself a day. I mean, top of the leaderboard in kills, right up there in damage as well. I mean, it doesn't seem like the addition of Gustav or having Kickstart be the new IGL is really impacting him at all. Like you could see the survival times up there as well. It's but this isn't. We're not surprised by this anymore. Really, it's kind of like, okay, good. Shrimzy is still Shrimzy in 2026. Let's keep moving on.
Well, interesting thing, I'm going to jump in real quick. Do you think that this might be kind of where we're trying to see Gustav slot into position? Kickstart might be leaning into the comfort food that is Shrimzy, that he knows as a performer, and putting him in very vital positions, which seems like Shrimzy is thriving in right now. And I'm curious to see how that's going to progress moving forward, because we often do see pairs kind of break down as squads start to figure out how they do their synergies and who does the 2-2s and whatnot. Shrimzy is playing out of his mind, without a doubt. But respect to Kickstart for putting him in the spot for it. I'm curious to see the growth if this becomes more of a Shrimsy show, or if it's more going to diversify out across skills and through the rest of the team.
He's just been, as I said, Mr. Consistent, and he's one of those players where you'd really struggle to find the weakness in his game. But I think another thing that was worth talking about is we saw Tiggleton have a really good day again yesterday, and with all the shuffling of players and roles inside of Falcons, I think that he could be another player that could go ahead and add a lot of strings to his bow, right? We might see more of what the old Tig used to bring before Kickstart was brought in, Matt.
I mean, yeah, Tig should pop off sooner or later. I mean, he's Tig, right? We got to get that Tigonometry in. We haven't really seen him in a lot of big mortar plays yet. We are going to be going Miramar sandwich today. So starting on Miramar, going to Erangel, Tego, Rondo, then ending on Miramar. So if you want spicy plays, and I feel like whenever we talk about Tig, Miramar feels like a better map for him a lot more. I don't have stats for that. I don't have anything else. I'm just going off of what I can remember. A lot of the big Tig plays feel like they come from Miramar.
Look, you're going for the old football thing. Like, yeah, you could stat it, or you could go by the eye test. And when I watch him play on Miramar, he plays well. Is that what we're going for? It's like the eye test tells me Tig pops off in Miramar?
Full John Madden mode right now. I'm going to put all the X's and circles, and I'm just going to be like, doesn't matter. He got the kill. That's it.
Yeah. He is pretty good, though. Like, that's for sure. I think that he's a player that we saw yesterday. We had a great interview with him yesterday. We kind of spoke candidly about where everything was. But I think the big thing is for Falcons, they need to have another good, consistent day, right? It's not about Oro having really big days and really small ones. It's about just being really consistent, kind of wearing down the rest of the teams in the lobby.
I mean, yeah, I think at this point it's just getting reps with the new system that they've got in place. Like, we're still technically in the honeymoon phase of trying to figure everything out, and so I don't think anybody's really going to be everybody's going to be very accepting of criticism right now. Given the level that they're at, the phase that they're at in this new roster. So people are going to be more accepting of criticism. People are going to be more, less likely to tilt. They're going to be okay with if things go wrong, like, let's shake it off, let's move on. So I think this is still really just getting reps in for this new squad. So I don't know. I mean, on paper and mechanically, we know that this is one of the best teams in Americas, if not the best team in the Americas right now. So I don't expect that to change. And with 10 more games left to play in this series, I would not be surprised to see Falcons kind of retake that throne that they took after game 1 yesterday.
We're getting really, really close to the start of the first game. So we are going to jump into a quick break, and then we'll be right in with the action. It is game 1 of day 2 of PAS Americas here, and a flight path up on the north mat. It's going to go right over San Martin, finishing off just past Crater Fields. And yesterday was a big map for both Athletes of Christ and Furia. Do you think those two teams are hoping to rekindle that magic going into today?
Oh, this is going to be really interesting, because while we were talking about consistency, right? Mm-hmm. We're specifically talking about Falcons coming into this. It's intriguing because Falcons, I'll say it, they weren't actually very consistent yesterday. They had a first place with 9 kills, and then they had a 4th place with 10 kills. But then it was 13th and 2, 8th and 2, and then a 10th with 5. So they are finding kills, yes, but like consistent later stages was something a little bit more elusive. On the other side of that, though, we did see Athletes of Christ and Bestia find those upper echelons pretty regularly. I mean, yeah, Bestia did have that 13th and out, but I mean, touching placement points on 4 out of your 5 games is always going to feel really, really good. especially when you couple it in with high kill. That's the gravy. That's how you get there. That's how you end up in first and second.
And I think with the flight path as well, it'll suit Falcons again. They'll get down to Picado very early, or I think as you called it yesterday, Picadoo. Picadoo, but I think they'll be hoping for a similar circle, right, where they can take advantage. That's the benefit of where they drop.
Well, they don't get it, as they're going to be on the move. Well, now that we see C1 going all the way up to El Azhar, Team Liquid also looked like they were dropping for a vehicle right in the midst of Toyo and Duel, and usually they're a Los Leones looting team. So, but we wouldn't be surprised to see Team Liquid come in late with the blue, would we, Matt?
Oh, never. That never happens to them. As the circle is going to be really intriguing. We got Death Star Trench cutting out of Azahar over into the west. We still even have Tierra Blanca in, and we have the Bay Area off over into the east. So a lot of very dynamic positions. We still do have the fields outside of Impala, but I'm hoping we ditch those. Outside of that, this is going to be very trench-like warfare moving forward.
It is, it really is. And then a team that I suppose will be hoping to have a really good day today after what happened yesterday will be Toyo. You know, a team with a lot of experience in Capitan and Emmy. They've brought in Fixin. I think one of the things they'll want to do is start strong after yesterday. So we had a catch up with their coach, Black, before today's games. Let's have a listen to what he had to say.
Y nosotros estudiamos los patrones de drops y rotaciones para anticiparnos, pero priorizamos el juego del equipo. Lo venimos trabajando desde que se armó ahora este nuevo roster y estamos bastante confiados. Dividimos entre análisis, scrim y ajuste de errores durante la semana. En el momento decisivo, lo importante es calmar las comms, tener una comunicación muy clara y tener la mejor decisión para la rotación o crash que se va a hacer. Sí, hay muchos equipos los que tenemos en cuenta, pero no estamos pendientes de eso. Estamos pendientes de nuestro juego, más que nada. Tratar de jugar a lo nuestro, lo que venimos haciendo desde el principio de año.
Always love the fact that we're getting all this coach insights, Poro. It's intriguing. We don't often get to see like everybody on the coach side. Sure, we get Gunner and we get like all that other stuff, but it's good to get the diversity of what's going across the board with coach mindsets. Although I do find it intriguing that they always talk about playing their play style, but nobody ever says what their play style is.
Yeah, you don't want to give away too many secrets, right? Too many of your treasures. But yeah, no, it's always good to hear from the big brains, even if they're big heads, from all of our teams, especially our Latin American teams. Well, we see 55 did not have a great showing yesterday. Let's see if they can turn that around here today as they are making their way in towards the center of the circle, just to the south of El Azhar. They do have Bestia right in front of them, but that terrain around there, that death trench is makes it so that they can kind of get right on top of each other without even seeing each other, right?
Yeah, it makes it really interesting because you end up with like this, I guess a split circle. You need to treat the Death Star Trench kind of like it's a river. Nobody wants to try to cross it because it is so vertical, and yes, you can drive down and back up it, but it is just hazardous. So whenever we see Bestia taking the lower section of it, the safety play, maybe do a little bit of scouting. Azahar has already got No Way with a 2-2 split on both sides of it. Then we've got New Gen All-Stars kind of hanging out on the eastern side where we can see that 2-2 split from No Way. We also do have X10 that's coming in from the south. A lot of early rotates, most notably also up to the north is going to be Wolf. But we have a ton of squads, Poro, that are taking their time on this circle. And that doesn't surprise me, given the fact that with the Death Star Trench, you kind of feel like this is a north-south decision, and coming in later, not the worst idea, because then the decision's made for you, hopefully.
Exactly, and some of them have taken so long that they've decided to just set up for a camp on the side of the road. Athletes of Christ gonna run into pest control. Conf gonna get immediately picked out. K-Mine now getting shot as Joshy's gonna go down as well. Pest control running in to the worst possible team you can hope for, and there's another one as Pest Control loses 3. Only one will remain, and that's gonna be Hot and Spicy, and it looks like he's being chased down by Haven.
Oh, that was brutal. Conf down first, no pistols, try to spin back around on, but Athletes of Christ, the rich get richer. Now 3 kills up on it, 13 points ahead and feeling really good. Other side of this, though, we've got Rent Free, very, very close to AFI, I believe, on the other side of this one. Yep, looks like Gat's going to be going for a little bit of a reposition onto the other hillside to try to prep for it, as we got a ghost car running down. Who's going to hit the shots? Bisley's got a bead.
Oh, that's a tough shot to hit, though. He's getting them down low in between those windows. Ducky Looks like he might just get out of range, but now he's got Jam on the other side. So AFI in a bad way. Gats tries to take the seat swap, but Ducky is right there for it. Gets the knock. It will try to just get out of dodge, I'd imagine. So Rent Free most likely will be able to get Gats back on his feet.
That was survival coming up in a big way for AFI, narrowly escaping with just that one player still up. Rent Free going to find themselves a little bit more of a climb as they're going to go ahead and flush out those couple. Could put them past Toyo, I believe, once they're finally done with all of that. Infinity, this is not the start, and it feels like we've got a couple of pre-planned strategies coming up in this circle, Poro, that squads are starting to figure out who they can pick on.
A little bit of that, a little bit also of just in the case of Athletes of Christ, what do you got to lose, right? Like you're I mean, all of these teams really are just so far outside of that zone. Going back to what you said before about how it really is kind of a 50-50 circle divided by that death trench into El Azhar, these teams are more willing to take their time to just get into that zone, maybe camp a little bit. Right now, Furia is doing the same thing that Athletes of Christ just did to Pest Control, just a little bit further down the road. So we might see that come in here as Rent Free, I think, is still hunting around, seeing if they can find Ducky. You also have Rock and Toyo down in the south by Chumacera that have spotted each other out, but no shots taken between those two yet.
I think this is just a slow roll between the two. Rock and Toyo both like to take their time on Circle 1. Similar strategies
on Furia, though.
Yeah, this is going to be intriguing to see how this is all going to start playing around these different angles. We also have Duel that looks like they're trying to wrap in next to the bay very far to the east. So intriguing to see how this is all going to set. With Furia now hopping in their vehicles, looks like it's time for them to do their rotate.
Yes. Yeah, I think they actually saw Athletes of Christ heading up to Oasis, and then we're just like, okay, well, we're not going to stick around for that. Let's just go ahead and make our way in. Maybe we can camp it from inside the zone instead of outside. Is Bestia still with this big wide 2-2? No way, kind of doing the same thing, just not committing to El Azhar itself, but just wanting to see what's going on all sides of the city. And if the circle does kind of put them in a position to where they have to dive in, they can do so pretty easily and get into that city proper. As we see Fake Zen creepy walking around here. Toyo, remember, this was Toyo and Rock down towards the south, and they know each other are there. It looks like they might just be avoiding each other.
Yeah, they kind of scouted each other out a bit. It was Rock that kind of took those initial shots to say, hey, Toyo, we want you to go a bit more south because we want to get this northern pass. Looks like that's exactly the way it's going to play out. A couple of more hello bullets than it was, I would say, aggression or going for a kill. Be pleased if you got one, but not necessarily going to be on the hunt for it right now. I'm curious to see if AFI, since we still have Ducky hanging out in Pozo, he might just be waiting to see if he can pick up some blue chips to try to get his team back in. He's nomming on a whole bunch of blue as Team Liquid's rotate right along the coastline is going to put him next to Duel, who we saw go over next to this bay a while ago. There's not a lot of territory for Liquid to play for. I mean, there's the wall that they can kind of hunker down in, but that's about it. This is pretty gate kept outside of this. They keep trying to go north.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the goal, is just to avoid the shots from Duel, try to break line of sight as best you can, and then just play that wall. I mean, there's still a lot of real estate off to the east. As Furia, this was always going to happen. And fortunately for Athletes of Christ, they only send LFP in. So I'm not sure if that was just him as a scout or if they had an idea that something like this might be happening.
You are a sacrifice, sir. You go and you give it to Furia, and then we will figure out some other way to go. That's you. I don't know. It's interesting though. New circle pops and
head on.
It stays 50-50 on Death Star Trench, keeping Azahar in play. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah. So all these teams that were taking their time and biding their time, trying to make their way into this first zone, hoping that they would be able to know whether it was going to go north or south. Well, it's still both. So you have to make a commitment here at some point. As it looks like Furia actually going to blow up the blue chip for Athletes of Christ. So LFP will not be coming back anytime soon. Iga and the rest of the New Gen All-Stars, they've got a good position here. They do have players, Balefrost and Finna, off to the north, a little bit lower ground. And you can see Iga and the boys kind of put in that position to try to provide Overwatch. But there's just so many teams moving in and around this area that New Gen All-Stars needs to be careful. Like X10 actually going to breeze right past them, so that's good news for NA.
That's a very intriguing setup coming from X10, and they just stealed this one away. They used the verticality from where New Gen All-Stars was playing, got distance away from Duel, and just snuck this in. Great rotate for now, especially given the fact that Azahar you feel is going to be in the next couple of circles, so it should be fine. Looking at the lay of the land, though, you can see it is pretty 50-50 as far as teams go in their commitment to the north and south, with only, I would say, X10 and Bestia doing their split around Azahar.
Yeah, X10 really the first one to do a full commit to the city itself, and they're gonna get their pick of the litter as to where they want to play. I think the north building's probably their best bet, as they have a pretty easy footpath or foot rotations up the hills if it does cut back up to the north. Even meanwhile, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm a bit worried for No Way though. They stay with that 2-2 split on opposite sides of Azahar. That's going to be a very difficult regroup the longer that this goes on, and two aggressive squads now is Haven sneaking in, seeing if maybe you can get a little bit of a defensive position here, as Tony is keeping some Overwatch at range, and No Way is actually taking a couple of shots on the other side of Rent Free, but this is very cleanly played for Haven for the time being. He's just got no choices though, and's got to make a commitment. He's got to stay inside the building.
It's kind of unfortunate that he got spotted out, but really well played by Rent Free to make sure that they were keeping eyes on their backs. Haven throws that Molotov down to slow things down, make sure that Gath can't just keep re-peeking that while the rest of his team is arriving. You see Honey Badger just off to the west on your mini-map. He's going to be spotting out the trailing members here from Athletes of Christ. Tony will get a nice knock there. Actually, that's Bale Toyo actually had the angle, as Bizzler will spot out Haven. Fana from the high ground trying to provide some support, but it's looking bad here for Athletes of Christ.
This is interesting because remember, Athletes of Christ did lose one of their players quite early. Fana's been playing this high ground position, but Honey Badger has already read it. Couple of shots going to force him away, and this very separated positioning coming out from Athletes of Christ being exploited right now, as Rent Free is just taking the territory, but this is right on the edge. Furia back wrapping on to Athletes of Christ. They realize that they're heading straight to the north. They want nothing to do with this.
Yeah, the last two players.
Oh, actually, they're coming back in.
They're cutting back in. I think they saw Furia, and now they're just going to make a mad dash for the center of the zone as the circle is about to pop. As you see, New Gen All-Stars will get finished off by Toyo. New circle does pop, and it's going to favor a little bit more towards the east. So the big Death Valley isn't really so much in play, but that big road still is kind of bisecting the circle. So still teams having that decision to make about going north or staying south or staying north.
Yeah, the road between Truck Stop into Azahar is also extremely vertical, and then we look again just to the north, the main road that you're talking about. There's going to be a lot of positional plays coming up. Athletes of Christ have just sent it all the way into the center of the circle, getting harassed every single step of the way, but do at least manage to get to the center of the circle, so salvage could be good enough. Team Liquid on the rotate into the northeast. We're going to have Rent Free and Furia stacked on top of each other. Falcons chasing after the circle, going to have to deal with 55. 2-2 split, going to be trying to gatekeep them out. As Copenhagen Wolves going to be taking tail-end shots. And it looks like No Way trying to get their way in. And AFI did manage to get a recall. They're going to be dropping right into Azahar.
Okay. Well, getting into Azahar, probably the best case scenario there for AFI. They should be able to get a little bit of loot on their hands if they're able to make it all the way down to the ground. As Furia still scrapping here over the hilltops with Rent Free. Bizzler, I think, getting a little bit close to the rest. I'm not sure if he knows exactly what the split here for Furia is. Posa and Zakraken, though, they're going to get back in their vehicles. They're just going to start making their way off to the east as, yeah, I mean, the biggest problem here for all of them is Copenhagen Wolves, right? Nice shots, though, from Bizzler. Will take out Zakraken, and now Posa is pushing himself up.
Richie B making the business happen right now. Falcons taking tail-end shots, and it's going to be Kickstart. Gets the last tap on to Odin Tavon. He's going to go down. Looks like Fury is a little bit mad, so they're taking shots back over Rent Free. Jam doing a quick drive-by. Looks like this could be just trying to open up some type of path. Pose is very isolated right now. Fury has been biting off a lot. They're finally going to have another member go down, and Draft King all by his lonesome now. He's in the middle of the sandstorm, so he has a couple pathing options as Falcons continue their push.
And wouldn't you know it, that sandstorm just arriving a little bit too late to save Furia. As Draft King, the last player left alive, he's going to be eating a little bit of blue zone as Rent Free will hunt him down. Falcons, meanwhile, they still got a little bit of a split going. Tiggleton was the anchor man way off in the backside. It looks like Rock has spotted him out, though, so he'll go and rejoin the rest of the squad. Draft King just eating a little bit of blue before seeing if he can find his way in. It looks like Honey Badger. Yeah, Honey Badger's just going to stick around and wait and see if he can finally get this last point off of Furia.
I liked it. Draft King taking the shots and the Honey Badger, trying to get some vengeance back. Not going to find it. Now DraftKings going to have to do a wide wrap, probably all the way over in the east, pretty close to where Team Liquid's going to be playing with their wide split. This is a battle for a very strong control point, as Falcons continue to force 55 closer and closer to kind of the precipice of these giant cliff facings. Now starting to get some oversight on what's going on with AFI and Azahar itself. Rent Free also going to get their own kind of higher ground advantage point that they're going to be looking down from. New circle's going to be popping, and it does move away from Azahar.
Oof.
That's going to make it really hard, specifically from these positions where we can see Rent Free and Falcons as well as 55 playing from.
That's going to be brutal, yeah. And AFI, I mean, credit to Ducky, the hero for Affinity, got his whole squad back, and they're looted up, and now they've got to move through El Azahar and move through X10 with Rent Free on their backs. Rock still coming in from that south side. You see a big wide split. They've spotted out Toyo. That spot that Toyo is in right now is looking like where they want to go, but they have other options. Just none of the options are really looking that good.
Toyo is up on the top of the hillside, and then it kind of runs down into those oil derricks where we see Bestia playing at the crossroads. Don't forget about Athletes of Christ, and their two players still up. Rock's going to have to make the rotate, but they're going to have to deal with Toyo on a high ground position, as well as Falcon's going to be wrapping back behind them. Duel's taking control of the southern section of the circle, and that's allowed Team Liquid to get in over into the east. No way playing just on the other side of that one. So, external teams that are going to have to wrap in. We've got Wolf up into the north. Of course, we've got AFI, X10 that are all going to be running through. We have Rent Free that's hopped inside of vehicles, and they're going to be taking the roads right down below it. And it looks like Falcons are going to be seeing if they can maybe try to get ahead of what's going on with Rock.
It's actually wild that Rent Free is able to do this right now, coming right down the middle of the road, and nobody takes a single shot at him, but nobody really had angles. But it looks like they might be going for the exact same spot as Falcons are going for, as they're going to run into each other in the middle of the hills. Seat swapping going on. Gats and Bizzler will hop out of the vehicle, but Falcons are right there. Jam bringing up the rear. Can they get him before Jam arrives? They can. Rent Free goes down, and Falcons doesn't take a knock.
Rent Free, very aggressive through the earlier section, is going to be fine with 6 kills, though, but instantly pounced on, though. High ground's going to be a problem. 55. They had to deal with Falcons for a long time, but it's going to be 55 on the outside looking in. Rock using the opportunity of the firefight to get more aggressive into the positioning onto Toyo. Toyo's trying to regroup while this is going to be going on. 55, the squad that has to figure out, okay, how do we deal with this verticality? Because we have 2 different squads trying to gatekeep us out, and they have sent Carrick off to the side, while X10 still trying to fight their way up. They were just trying to get into the circle. They've got to deal with AFI back behind them now.
Okay, the zombie squad of match 1 AFI, they are back at it again, and they are taking the fight to X10, but Cloudera going to find Ghost, but a good grenade from Ducky will save his man once again. Santa Hero, the last player left alive for X10.
This is 3 different squads trying to take a piece of what's going on with X10 and AFI. Wolf trying to get in position. Bestia's got a great sight line onto it, so Santi just going to be hunkered down on this one. He knows he's got people up above him. Affinity just seeing if maybe they can get another kill, get something else out of it. Damage control has just turned into another set of damage controls. Let's not forget there's still Furious DraftKings back behind AFI.
Wolves just in pure perfect position to spot this out. We'll see how many smokes AFI was able to pick up in the city itself. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Ducky will spot out Santa Hero, continue that fight, but he's gotten taken low as Santa Hero doing his best to hold the line. X10 does go down, though, and it's going to be Tony from Athletes of Christ, the duo, remember, that sent it right in through the city. They've managed to stay alive, and they're still collecting points for the first place squad.
Not done yet is the way the circle has set. We still have Toyo and Rock on top of each other. Duel trying to fight control of the south. Toyo is still just doing a long-range position, but notice RBN right down below all of what's going to be going on over here. This is going to make it very difficult, but they can't wrap against that lower section. It's very hard for Toyo to be able to look straight down off of this point. So as the circle continues to collapse down, Rock is hoping that 55 leave their high ground and gives them some level of control over this area. It's going to be Bestia is going to be the new problem, as Rock is just going to hunker down. It's all going to be about if they can get a good nade from Toyo, or if maybe Rock can get a good nade to bounce back the other side. Nades are going to be landing on top of him, not getting a lot other than that stun. That stun really did land well, but they're not going to do that much.
It's perfectly placed. And while this is all going on, it looks like Liquid and Wolves are fighting on the north side. So Kaunzin very, very low. Capitan will find the knock on a Santastico, though, as Soul's slowly bleeding out. Kaunzin alive by the grace of the orange smoke. Emmy and Capitan, though, they're collapsing on this. They want to get rid of this man as quickly as possible, and they do. Rock goes out in 12th place.
Big surrender of the circle, though, as Duel has now usurped that position. Sharpshot's playing very far back to see if he can keep containment. Up to the north, Team Liquid has made a wrap around, trying to fight for this high ground. It's going to keep them in the circle for now, but it's going to be very brutal to try to leave at the later stages. But doesn't matter. Wolf's just going to sit it right down on top of AFI, and it's going to be Athletes of Christ just looking into a kill box. So many players from Wolf run right down into the thick of it. Furia goes down, and somehow we still have Tony alive.
Tony still in by the skin of his teeth. 23 HP, 535 damage. Athletes of Christ up to 5 kills. If he can finish off Affinity here, they would be able to, he might be able to get the res on his fallen teammate. A good grenade there's going to find the re-knock onto Zaloti. Nice. And Tony back on the move.
Love this. Played aggressive. Moving the smokes. Realize that it's hazardous over here. Throwing as much utility as you can. Every single point's going to matter as the solo spots out what's going back behind him. Picks it up. Tony pops off in a big way for his squad. But now he has to walk right into a shooting range.
Goodness gracious, Athletes of Christ. They start the game off with a road camp against New Gen All-Stars. And they, or not, I'm sorry, not New Gen All-Stars. I think it was, who was it that they camped? Pest Control. End up getting 3 kills off of that. And they're up to 7 now. Still 2 alive. Still inside circle. Will they get a little bit more love here as the mortars are falling around Team Liquid? They took a couple of knocks up there, but they were able to get them back on their feet.
I'm just going to say,
Zipline.
We go on Miramar and suddenly we start seeing like mortars. Sure.
I just want to see Liquid on the zipline. That's all I want. I've never wanted anything more in my life than I want that right now.
I don't know how well it's going to go, but I'd be fine if they want to try to go for it. Duel playing the other side of this, the way the circle's popped. Bestia and Falcons in great positions. Athletes of Christ also in as well as 55. So Toyo Duel going to be right up against each other. No way is going to have Nero on no way into the circle. Good shots, though, from DNL. That's going to make it a lot easier to get in the circle.
That Dragunov breathing fire down on Cowboy. And yeah, Team Liquid, despite winning the battle against Copenhagen Wolves, they only get 1 kill off of it, and they still kept 4 alive. They managed to get to the late game. This was the plan. Like, this is what they wanted to do. But now they find themselves in a position once again where they have to make a desperate rotation here in the late game. Now Duel trying to take the fight over to Toyo once again. They allowed Toyo and Rock to fight each other without getting involved as a third party, and Toyo's now been able to reset. Only 3 up, but it's still going to be a difficult push here for Duel.
Toyo having to play this one as carefully as they can. Trying to play along top of this hillside. Lots of nades coming out from Duel's side of this one, but notice Emmy on that side flank. If he can get good vision right up against where Wooly is going to be playing from, he can unlock a great position for firefight. And Kane playing a high ground position for Duel right now. He's going to be the guy that's trying to make sure he's keeping overwatch on everything that's going on. Blue zone slowly encroaching in, and Duel doesn't want to stick on this one for too much longer. Shout out to Team Liquid, though. They did manage to get out of that high ground point and are now playing in a lower section of this. So if Duel wraps into the east, they will bump into him. Instead, they have to go through, maybe Toyo if they want to try to bully their way straight into the west. If they go to the north, they now have to deal with Falcons off position.
Oh, man.
Emmy is going to at least find out Sharp Shot. I don't even know where Duel goes next because Team Liquid is already waiting.
Yeah, man. Duel just, it felt like they were being way too cautious with that, man. It felt like they were scared to take that fight, and now they're just getting absolutely roasted by Liquid, and just like that, they're done. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate for Duel.
Kurt's just been popping this, and let's not forget Toyo's now coming same pathing, and they should probably stop off. They just saw, they knew who they were fighting in, but high ground, Emmy gets Alo down. Kurt, though, the beast from that last firefight, still playing lower section. He goes down. Toyo finding a way to try to fight their way in, and it's just Cowboy and Luke up for Liquid. Circle just going to be just on the outside, and there is nowhere to go. Toyo's got this high ground under control.
Oh, and look at that. Falcons now coming around at the perfect time. They steal kill away, and they're going to try to take the fight over here towards Toyo after Liquid just dispatched of Duel. Toyo does the exact same thing to them. Capitan, just a few hairs of health left. He's going to go down to blue. Falcons know it. They're up to 5 kills, and they have the high ground, what's left of it, to themselves.
This is so smart from Falcons. That wraparound means that they have control over all the high ground areas. There is kind of a foot pathing that you can take to mush your way down into where No Way is kind of holding down position, and they figure the fact that they're probably going to have to do that. Circle pops, of course, makes them go that way. Athletes of Christ still alive. That duo holding strong up into the north. And now it's going to be about how does Falcons opt into going for this? Because No Way one side, Bestia on the other. And sure, Gabriel, you got to figure out some way to get in the circle as well. But, I mean, it feels like Athletes of Christ might have an angle onto that. And if they don't, Bestia will.
I mean, just Athletes of Christ, and down to a duo, and they have to make their way across this road. And wouldn't you know it, a care package drops right in the middle of the road for them. So they're even going to have a little bit of cover when it comes down to that. The problem here is Gabri, as you see, got that M249 in hand. But Fana knows he's looking over in that direction. He can see if anybody is left to come out of that city. Athletes of Christ, yeah.
They don't got to move. They're fine.
They're fine, yeah. They don't have to do anything yet.
They just got to sit there. They're playing all the math in their head right now. 8 kills, somehow managing to make it into the fact of top 5. That's going to feel glorious. They know that there's probably 2 squads that are likely going to have to move, if not at least 1. So that's more replacement points on the table for them. Just play defensive, play safe, keep this dip. Moving factor, though, is going to be Gabri, and then as well, Falcons. Falcons look like they're starting to see if they can figure out a way down this high ground. But it's going to be Athletes of Christ actually taking the pot shots to slow them down.
Yeah, I think Falcons really the only team that that's causing Athletes of Christ problems right now.
I love this. Look at the pathing down. You can see why Falcons keep looking over into the north and can't go around. This is very vertical down, and they don't want to deal with that last drop where you're kind of stuck there because they're assuming that no way can try to pounce on it. Thank you for that, cameraman.
There you go. Athletes of Christ, you can see keeping a weather eye on those Falcons. Not having to move just yet, not having to do much of anything just yet. Bestia also just continue to hide down, hunker down in their compound. This is about the best bet for Falcons here. Just avoid any fall damage. Just hop in the Bronco and take the elevator, the quick path down.
Yeah, car physics. That's the way it totally works in real life. Trimsy, though, going to be wrapping around the oil derrick onto the no-way side. This is the most defensive position that Falcons could have hoped for. I'm a bit worried for Bestia because all of this has been going on so vertical. They can only trace things by what's going on with, like, gunshots. They have no idea what's happening. There we go. It's going to be 55 finally eliminated, but, I mean, 55, respect, managed to make it way later than a lot of other squads.
They sure did. That's a good start for them. Falcons trying to make their way in. They're going to spot out Gladiator, take him down, as I think they may be aware of Lopez. Yeah, right on that rock. We'll send the flaming fires down upon him, force him to run, and then we'll just shoot the flaming man. Gustav will be the one that gets that knock, as No Way is down to just DNL. But Bestia starting to get a little bit more active here.
They're going to finally start having some sight lines on how Falcons are going to move, most notably that section that's more to the east. So Falcons do still have a smidgen of their walls that are in play that they can play from. It just not going to feel very good. No Way is going to be in a good position, pretty centered for right now. Athletes of Christ look like they're using the distraction that Falcons are setting up with all of their movement over here. See if maybe they can sneak their way into the circle. It looks like Tony's just a couple of steps out, so that might be a thing. Bestia is kind of split between trying to defend up what's going on with Falcons on one side and Athletes of Christ on the other, but they don't really have good sight lines to defend from these angles of approach.
Yeah, there's not really much they can do. I think Bestia at this point is playing for the win in their mind, but they need to do something about Falcons here. If Athletes of Christ gets in, whatever, there's not really much you can do. There's not really any sight lines there, but Vinny and Frogman are keeping eyes over towards this. Falcons are going to have to come down from that high ground, and if Bestia can get all eyes pointed in that direction, they might be able to stop it here as Fana goes for that flanking run. Team Falcons will take the few shots before having to use those smokes to get down the hill.
That timing on that was very well done from Athletes of Christ. Falcons were trying to use this to push more into the angle for No Way, try to hold out where Bestie was going to be having some sight lines as well. With this position coming up from Fana, now Falcons are a bit more trapped than they wanted to be on this push. DNL has a great sight line and tons of cover to continue to play from. That's going to force a lot more movement into this position, and Fana now starting to steal this out. Finally, Shrimsy takes down DNL and gives them a bit more breathing space, but it's going to be instantly taken over by Tony up on top. Shrimsy spots him, but this is a nice crunched position coming up with just 2 players from Athletes of Christ.
Sure is, and remember, I mean, they're basically alive by the grace of God. The act of nature, the sandstorm that came in as they were getting taken apart by Furia early on, it's kind of what allowed them to break away from that fight and make that mad dash in to the city. Good grenade. Pull away that deployable cover from Tony, and Falcons, yeah, they want to take this guy out.
There goes the car. Means less cover for Fana on the other side, but he doesn't need it. Gustav goes down. Athletes of Christ are trying to play this as a duo for the win and collapse onto position. so many other squads right now that they're having to compete with, most notably Falcons on one side of it, but Bestia is still being so quiet. They're not using any of the distraction that's going on to try to find a better position. Finally, they're starting to come out of their compound, and they're pushing right into Falcons' tail end. It's going to be on a setup where Gustav is going to have to defend this. Falcons are fighting multi-front war, while Gustav has gone down and been flushed. Falcons realize Bestia are coming on tail end.
Feed froze up a little bit there for a second, but it looks like Falcons now realize that Bestia is coming behind them, but it might be a little bit too little too late as they're alive by the grace of the smokes here. That high ground for Athletes of Christ. Oh, that's a big knock from Benya onto Tony, though.
Vanna playing this one now all by his lonesome up there, and he is pissed off the Falcons. Problem is the Falcons still have to deal with Bestia so close on top of him. Finally, Athletes of Christ go down, and that creates much more movement space to deal with for the Falcons. But is it too late? 4 players still up from Bestia. They're making the push around the oil derricks round. No firm cover to be had. External walls are where the Falcons going to be playing from. Frogman's going to go ahead and get the flush. It's a 2v4, but Benya's trying to play the outer wall.
This is going to be tough. This is going to be tough for Falcons. So Tiggleton, though, he's going to get the double knock. And now it's a 2v1. Tiggleton, the last one alive, but he's got the blue at his back. He's forced to move, and Bestia will get the win with 10 kills. They had the great compound in there, and they played it so safe towards the end. But in the end, they do end up getting a boatload of kills to go along with their placement points.
1, 2, and 3 on top of the leaderboard, making it into the very tail end of this game, Gibson. That was a very dynamic in-game position, and I loved watching the way that teams responded to it.
It was so good to watch, and what can I say? The Athletes of Christ riding a little bit of luck, as you pointed out, that sandstorm enabling them to escape and get in that position. But boy, do they know how to play fights and manufacture opportunities for themselves. Like that 1-1 split at the end, the fact that they were able to really put a dagger into the Falcons. Like, it's what I've been saying all along, Matt. No matter how much scrapping these two teams do, Athletes of Christ always seem to have somewhat of a say, and Falcons just cannot get a clear path to a victory.
Yeah, it was really intriguing the way that this was all set up, and I love the fact that we saw like a lot of these teams having to fight for the high ground positioning, and then also kind of trying a couple of squads just trying to hunker down into it. Bestia does manage to survive through the entirety of that. I would say not having the highest of kill counts, but that's not their fault. The position that they were playing from was really, really intriguing. Well, actually, I take that back. 10 kills. That one kind of snuck up on me.
Yeah, they farmed a little bit there. I mean, they were sitting on like 5 or 6, even going into the late game when they kind of decided to hunker down. But hunker down is really all they could do, and especially when they knew that the north side of the road is clear. Like, what else are they going to do? They're going to push blind into the what do they call the oil container things where they knew No Way was just kind of like lying prone, being sneaky. And if you leave that compound, you're basically completely exposed to all those teams that were playing around on the high ground. So there's really no reason for Fury to do that, or Bestia to do that rather. So waiting and playing the patience game actually was the perfect thing for them to do in that situation. But man, what do you even say to Athletes of Christ at this point? Like, it looked like their game was done, Gibson. It looked like it was done, and the duo still manages to pick up another like 6-7 kills.
It's just the fact that they get 10 kills again, another bunch of points. They see themselves go top of the leader on 71, but that win from Bestia will get them into second place now, just 5 points behind. But I do want to give some flowers to a few other teams in that one, Matt. One thing that impressed me was, despite Falcons being so far from that circle when Phase 1 popped, they somehow managed to get themselves into the middle of the zone and then kind of fought their way from the inside out and let the zones and the teams fighting around them dictate their movements. And if it wasn't for AOC, they were in a great position to win that game, but the duo just shut them down.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great counter move from Athletes of Christ. Read it well, saw the smokes go down. Falcons had a lot more, I would say, dynamic of an approach whenever we look at it, as they had to come from that verticality. I love the use of the vehicle to kind of drop down, get into a better position. On top of that, the way that they were just managing to scavenge and really jump on the backside of a couple of firefights on that hillside, so that way they can have high ground control moving in, so they can really use all the information that they've been set up with. It was very clean, and I really like this more, I guess, I don't want to say aggressive, but it's a very intriguing movement pattern that Falcons brought out inside this game.
It really was, as we looked then at the head-to-head of Bestia, who did manage to get that win. Their average damage looking good at 875. But, Poro, I think what really impressed me about Bestia again is they somehow always find a way in middle. Now, sometimes you get blessed, you get that circle lock, and the circle keeps collapsing on you, which it did. But that's 3-4 games in a row now where they've been in a really good position going into the final four. And if they keep playing like this, they're going to be right in the mix to win this first PAS.
No, they're looking good, and I think the shot calling was on point there for all the reasons that I talked about before. So, Circle Luck, obviously getting a compound in the dead center circle, that goes a long way. That's like 80% of the way, but getting those 10 kills to go along with it and securing the win as well. Things got a little dicey there at the end. Tig got that double kill, and it was looking like it might get a little bit spicy, but they still managed to clutch it out. There were a couple of teams though that I had question marks about. I thought Copenhagen Wolves could have done a lot more with the position that they had on that northern side, especially early game. And then Duel, man. Duel, I feel like they had so much real estate on that south side. They could have gotten involved in a third party on that Toyo Rock fight, but they just kind of stayed back. They stayed back. Finally, when they decided to take it, they kind of they're namby-pamby about how they want to take the fight. They end up pulling away, and then they just get absolutely mowed down by Team Liquid. So like there's definitely a couple of question marks after one game, but again, we still have 9 left to play. So all the time in the world, well, at least some of the time in the world, to try to fix what's going wrong.
And Matt, a player who's been really riveting to watch so far has been Frogman as well. Another good game for him.
I'm not even going to acknowledge it, but it was good. Okay. Frogman, the way that he's been playing, though, is really intriguing because he often finds himself in these kind of do or die flank angled positions that he's got to play from, and he holds it, dude. Like, I don't know what this man's nerves are made out of, but if it's steel, if it's diamonds, whatever, he is very calm under high pressure situations that Bestie kind of puts him into, and we've often seen him be the guy that finds the clutch or the pivotal knock to really swing team fights back into their favor, and so absolutely expected for him to be sitting on the position that he's at right now. Damage is pretty intriguing because even whenever we were kind of looking at the setup between like Pippa and it was Kickstart, and they had like a little bit lower damage numbers versus the kill counts, I think that's just due to the craziness of kind of what Poro was talking about, where we saw Copenhagen Wolves that were playing up in the north and just kind of had to hop in a vehicle and send it down, similar to what we saw Falcons do. There's a lot of ways to pick up, I guess, less damage kills in those situations, not necessarily vulturing, but just being able to see, well, there's a fight I'm going to third party, there's a fight that I'm going to third party, and continually managing to keep those kill counts up.
Yeah, and you spoke about Wolves, and I think I was watching the kind of map stream the whole time to see what happened, Poro, and they went for like that wide coastal rotate that you spoke about, almost like a fish hook with it, all the way up and then up and around. It was actually them that chased Wolves from that position, so they rocked up and tossed the nade, and that forced Wolves out. They pushed down to Affinity, then it got torn apart. I think maybe on another day where they're feeling more confident, Wolves probably stay onto that fight with Liquid, and they could have ended up in a completely different position then.
Could be. I mean, it's obviously we're not in their comms, right? We don't know the information that they have or what intel they've got about anything. But the only thing that I saw that I was kind of like, oh, that's a little bit different or surprising for considering the squad was when they were holding the very northern part of the circle while it was going on. They were staying inside circle while they were seeing these fights going on off in the distance, and they didn't try to push out of the circle. Like, they knew that they had the entire north to themselves, and then nobody else was up there. They could have even left one behind and maybe sent a couple out there to push a little bit closer, maybe just to secure some points, but instead they just kind of sat and watched it happen. And then Liquid just kind of ended up right in their laps, and I don't even know. I think we were watching another fight at the time. That might not have been a fight that they were expecting. They were probably looking for the next rotation path, and then at the end, it's just all hands on deck. The mad scramble down into the Affinity Athletes of Christ kill box right down there. It's just rough.
It happened at the exact same time that Duel were in that fight with Toyo up on the rocks, but it is time to get ready to jump into our second game of the night, one that I'm looking forward to, Matt, because we're going back to Erangel, flight path favoring the eastern side very, very strongly. And one thing's for sure, a couple of these teams will have to go to those alt drops.
Maybe. I don't know if we have too many Primorsk or Quarry squads. There might be some long stretches coming in for maybe a squad like Team Liquid, as George Pool could be too far away. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe you just kind of go for a drop for a vehicle.
Look at all the teams going
over there
Stalber.
just to be safe.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
A lot of Stalber squads here. Stalber Kameshki looking a little bit juicy considering how far east this plane is. We'll see if Affinity and Pest Control run into each other 55. It looks like they're just going for the wide spread here or going for the top. Yeah, it looks like Carrick and them are going to the top. Tavon and Gabri on the coastline.
55 is a squad that plays this, if I remember correctly. They do go for a drop over here pretty regularly. So it looks like Kameshki going to be fought for. I'm not going to be mad about it, dude. Give me some Kameshki firefighting.
Hey,
Oh, look at that. Look at Millie.
Millie's hot. I think that if I was an IGL, Kameshki would be my drop with Zarki as the alt drop. You know, that's definitely the key to success for a lot of those teams. But we're getting ready for that map, that circle shift. And look, the Kameshki drop was it.
Hey, there you go. Everything pays off in the end if you're 55. Everything's coming up 55 esports right now, Matchroom.
Yeah, this is going to be intriguing. Pest Control is still going to have to deal with AFI right underneath of them, and the zombie squad from last game, as you called them. So curious to see how AFI kind of writes this pretty quickly. No surprise that Wolf as well as Team Liquid are going to separate out a bit more, get their loot situation. Military Base Island going to be a long rat back into it. Falcons do manage to make it over into Pachinki, so they should be able to get their loot just fine. Not too many external situations that we have to worry about, but I do want to kind of remind everybody that we still have that river coming in from that western side that leads right into Yasnaya Lake, and then we've got essentially Stalber Hillside. So this circle is kind of cut in half whenever we look at the northwest versus the southeast, and the southeast is going to be pretty barren. Lots of fields, lots of very vulnerable positions to play until you start getting a little bit closer to Yasnaya. So longer wraps probably going to be due for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, I think when you're in these situations, you know, obviously, as you said, a little bit 50-50 where you're having to make that decision. Okay, is it going to cut north or south? Are we going to play around Stalber or are we going to play around the fields? Well, the thing is, it's a lot easier to move from the fields up to Stalber than it is to move from Stalber down to the field. So I think we'll probably see the lion's share of our teams kind of playing on that southern half of that 50-50 split. And if it does end up going hard shifting to the north, then they can try to make their rotations and avoid each other that way. But we'll see if it gets down to that, because a lot of these teams, as you said, just because of that far eastern plane, they're right on top of each other. So it's not as spread out as it maybe normally would be. And some of these rotation paths are probably going to be a little bit more dangerous.
I like this from Wolves. Play the western bridge. Go ahead and get some extra loot. Get whatever you need over here if you're going to go for this pathing. Makes it a lot safer. You could potentially just go all the way over to George Pole, take the western George Pole bridge, figure that out. I bet you that's what they do. Pretty safe. Yeah. And then continue just on your merry way. You can wrap all the way into Severny without necessarily bumping into anybody. But, I mean, they did land Military Base Island proper, so they should be pretty okay. Opposing side of that, Novo Duel doing the emergency pickup, and I don't blame them, expecting maybe that eastern bridge to be a bit camped, so it should be okay for them.
Well, yeah, I mean, you get the E pickup in this circle, you definitely take it, and they're taking it early, too. Pre-4 minutes. That's really, really quick, and that's going to mean that they're sitting on just the most basic of loot. Now, the interesting thing about this for Duel is where do you decide to drop? You know, obviously we had 55 up in Stalber, but look how split they are. They've already got two way down to the south. Tavon on the south side of Stalber, the top of Stalber. Gabri's up there by himself right now. So we'll see where Duel decides to go in the end here, as Liquid is making their way across that western bridge. Wolves, though, they stuck around.
Yeah, playing it patient. Vox, though, isn't really set for a bridge camp, so I don't know if this will turn into anything, but I think it's two squads thinking very similar at roughly the same idea on what they're trying to accomplish. Intriguing the fact that Wolf kind of slowed down on the rotators. Whoa! Everything's gone sideways. Literally sideways as far as vehicles go, but Team Liquid should be fine. I wouldn't be too worried for him.
No, yeah, they're going to blow through right here. I think Copenhagen Wolves, they dropped and got vehicles immediately so they could go and do this looting thing. The priority for them right now is to just loot up as many meds as they can, just come in slow. They'll probably do that northern wrap, but now that you see Team Liquid kind of going in that same direction, it maybe gives you pause about going to that long northern wrap, because you know now that at any moment you could run into another team. So we'll see what Wolves decides to do. Well, they've obviously got multiple intelligent IGLs on that squad.
Well, this is intriguing because the Wolves' economy is extremely low. It feels like they made major priority with the amount of people that were dropping on military just to get vehicles and get out. So that's what this whole like pier stop or fishing position stop that you want to go for is just a setup for. So now they are going to start cutting a bit more into the west, or more to the east, I should say, just pretty much due north at the time period. We got X10 that looks like they're trying to make a little bit more of a defensive position on the external section just to the west of Stolber. Duel's now got control of that northern area as they are going to do their emergency pickup pull there and going to find it pretty open and clear. Pest Control left that higher ground position around Kameshki, and they're going to be pretty close to AFI, but they're going to be on that very, I guess, steep cliff facing that's going to be over into the east.
Yeah, that's a lot of teams already making it inside that zone, as you said, but as we kind of predicted, most of them kind of avoiding Stolber for the time being, with the exception being those teams that dropped there, and then obviously Duel, who just took that pickup over in that same direction. Looks like they do go all the way to the coast and pick up a vehicle, so that's one important thing down. As you see New Gen All Stars, it's really just, as you said, posturing, pompous, pomp and circumstance. Peacocking. Yeah. There we go. I was looking for the P word. I had a lot of P words in my mind, but not the right one. We got there eventually, though.
No, not the one you can say on broadcast, though.
Yeah,
intriguing, though, is most of our teams are playing this far more to the north. And I kind of agree with that. I think it's so much easier to find a place to play in the fields if you've got to send it down than it is to try to push your way up into Stolber hillside. It's just, yeah, there's all these little mini plateaus and stuff like that, but they're all already going to be fortified. Trying to get in that Yasnaya area, try to get Mansion, those type positions are going to feel way stronger than playing the, I guess, more southern sections of the circle. Nobody is playing the Severny hillsides yet, where the warehouses and everything like that it's going to be at. That's more open, and there's going to be a lot of different ways that you can rotate into that position. So it's intriguing right now is most of our teams are very Yasnaya and southern Stolber focused. If we get circles that stay that way, great. If we don't, though, this is going to be really weird because the way that river cuts through, the way that there's so much fields to the south, and the way that Stolber is set, this is just waiting for a potential match. Any small spark can just set this thing off right now.
Just wondering what that small spark is going to be. And I mean, the shift, obviously everybody is just waiting for that shift, right? The shift is going to be everything. Whether it goes north or whether it goes south, we're going to see a lot of teams. I mean, just the way that the map is set up right now, so many teams just in these big, wide information gathering splits because it's Erangel. You know, you can kind of get away with that. And you know the map so well that you're comfortable doing these big, wide information gathering splits. But the problem with that is in a circle like this, when, you know, there's two basically essentially completely different styles, depending on whether it goes north or south, it's going to make things really complicated whenever it comes down to transition time.
There's also a world where we get a western lay on this circle, and then everything goes to the bridges, because there's 3 or 4 bridges that can go. Mm-hmm. I do find it interesting as you're talking about these wide splits, because Toyo's got a very strong one that they're running. Just to the south of them, we can see Furio's running a very wide 2-1-1 on the externals of Yasnaya. Rent-free, living rent-free inside of Yasnaya right now. The only team that's made the commitment into it. Not necessarily the worst idea, because we still are in phase number 1, and we still have to count for water shifts and all this other stuff that's going to happen sooner or later. So it feels like this is either going to go more northeast or more to the kind of southeast, but we could get some more crazy circles that happen before then that throws this entire thing up in the air.
It's just a slow burn here in match number 7, as let's see, Fury and Falcons just trading hello shots, letting each other know that they are neighbors. We do have an pickup that did get popped. It's going to be Athletes of Christ down in the southwestern side of the circle right now. Wolves did make their way through Pachinki, so they didn't go all the way to the north. Liquid did, so Liquid's going to continue that long wrap up to that northern side.
Interesting call out on the emergency pickup, because it's only one player for Athletes of Christ that are actually going to be taking it. The others are already inside of vehicles. They're cutting across. You can see it's LFP that's staying back behind. Wolf just going to barely touch the circle, wait to see how this goes. You can see that they're already positioning to maybe take that Razak bridge in case they have to. Most of our teams, again, you can now see very Yasnaya focused, and the circle pops, still keeps in the lake, the river. That means that this feels like it's going to stay Yasnaya or kind of a bit more to the southeast. And now these squads external Duel up on top of this. Remember, they took an emergency pickup there. They now have to come down from Stolber, and this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these teams are thinking this is going to go Yaz Fields because it's going to pull away eventually from that northwestern side, so nobody's really opting to go up there. all the teams that are kind of already up there, already looking to make their way down in. But the other thing is that so many teams, as we said, we're in those big wide splits in those fields that it's all just everybody coming together right now. So nobody having to make any big, long, blind, information-free rotations. The only exceptions being teams that are coming in from that northern side that are looking to go into Yasnaya proper. As Balefrost is going to run into the Kraken. Furia holding down that sniper tower as the Kraken will go down as Furia gets caught out in their split.
That 2-on-1 was a bit too much. A lot of Yasnaya focus like you're talking about. A couple of shifts in. We've got Pest Control that's hopping in vehicles. They're going to be running in right back behind 55. He's trying to get a foothold. Running right in front of that, it's going to be Affinity. You can see Fury is trying to do a regroup. They're going to have to be dealing with the Wolves that are right on top of them, so they're at least trying to get their third man back over to deal with the 4 players still up for Wolves. Wolves don't even care, though. They're going to continue to bypass this one, move a little bit closer to that gas station line. Now, as we kind of get an idea on what's going to be going on, it's X10 still playing alongside the lake. Pest Control is going to be held off, play from that position as well. 55 running. There's 2-2 split with a lot of vision over the field to the north of Yasnaya, and everybody else pretty much playing Yasnaya or the fields to the south.
Yeah, for Wolves, you mentioned kind of making that push in, but this is about as far as they really can hope to go. Remember, they came in very late, so they already know that everything of worth is probably already taken. So this is about all they can really hope to get. Bestia, meanwhile, coming in from the south, they're going to continue trying to hold a 2-2. They've got 2 here in the compound and then 2 over in heaven. So still got a lot of real estate covered by them there on the south side, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about to be 7 teams going into Yasnaya City, Matcham. So this is going to be brutal whenever this thing pulls away.
I'm going to say that Heaven,
if it pulls away,
Heaven feels like the best hedged bet that you could take right now. Rock running that 2-2 split. You have to assume that it's going to try to leave the lake, the circles at some point. That means that Wolf's positioning, Fury is positioning right on top of each other. Team Liquid, you can see trying to do their rotate in. They're going to be a bit more over into the western area, just to the east of Razak. That's going to be where they stop at. So now it's just going to be, is Yasnaya going to go that way or not? I'm trying to look and see where the Athletes of Christ are to see if their prayers are going to be answered or not. But this is just a brutal little situation we've got going on with Fury and Wolf. They're just they hate each other at this point.
No, absolutely. But you know what? All they can really do is trade knocks, if anything. And it looks like Wolves took one there, but should be able to get them back up as X10 is slowly starting to make their way one by one across that Yasnaya bridge. The only 2 that are north of the lake left are Kalnix and Franks. So we'll see what happens. Another E pickup popped here by Athletes of Christ. I don't think we'll see them take that one, but you never really know.
If we see something weird like this go super far north, I mean, it's only X10 up there. Not the worst. This is one of those circles where I feel like having multiple emergency pickups is great. And this is why they used that one to scout, because they already had the second one. We do go Yasnaya. We still keeping a little bit of the lake. This is going to be absolutely crazy. The Athletes of Christ are reading it very far advanced, can use the emergency pickup to land in. Falcons, though, they have to get in the circle as well as Bestia. External, that's also going to be Team Liquid. X10 up to the north has a couple of footholds. They should be perfectly fine. It's just going to be about the death funnel coming in from the south.
Oh, my goodness. I think if you're any of these teams that are outside of this circle right now, you're thinking, well, GG, mates, it's time for a point. We're trying to get as many points as we can because we know we're not getting placement. But Wolves just going to bull rush, send it through the Yaz fields. For some reason, New Gen All-Stars not getting the shots there. They're not even shooting at them. They're shooting at teams that are in Yasnaya itself. There you go. Rent Free will find a knock on a Pippa, but Wolves, the boldest send across the field, manages to get everybody in upright. And
Athletes of Christ are going to be trying to land on... Yep, they took it so that we can land in Yasnaya, try to avoid the bull rush. And I bet, look at that mini-map. It is just lines galore stacked on top. They do manage to land in. LFP goes down. It was going to be Gladiator that managed to pick him off. We still have the Falcons playing to the south, but that's going to be our big movements. It is a rainbow across Yasnaya. If you look at the map right now, it is just teams stacked on top of each other. Even the lake having a bit of a firefight and a skirmish going on with Pest Control as well as X10.
Oh my goodness, Athletes of Christ. I mean, I guess when you think about it, it makes sense because nobody's going to be playing the roofs in Yasnaya, right? Like everybody's going to be playing from buildings. So if you can just drop down on their heads, they're not going to be able to see you until the very last minute to get any line of sight. So they only end up losing one. And how do they get a BRDM? Are you kidding
Science,
me?
man. Science. They can get whatever they want, steal from whatever they can get. I don't know if they brought this one in or not, but Wolves
I'm
not
starting to
be
believe
too
in the
happy
power
about
of prayer, man. I don't know.
Dude,
There's
Faith right now,
something's happening
FE.
right now. FE, the faith is rewarding them in a big way. They just take an E pickup to the middle of Yasnaya in C3 and get a free BRDM. I don't even know how this. Nothing makes sense anymore. Well, I'm still trying to figure out how Team Liquid's going to get in. It looks like they managed to wrap all the way over to the southeastern side, and they've got some fields and hills and valleys and dips to work around. But other than that, that's about it. Falcons also have the dips on the south side, the craters, I guess you could call them, that they're able to play for right now. But look at Yasnaya, man. Look at that mini map.
Well, just look at Rent Free right on top of Bestia now. Vinny and Frogman in a bit of a situation as Frogman's nowhere around Vinny. He's all by himself. He does have a tool to get a knock on at least one of them. But he's just throwing everything that he can find. Literally the kitchen sink that he's right next to right now. If he could find a way to pick it up and throw it. New Circle's going to be revealing itself in a second. Fields team's hoping the fact that it's going to pull away from Yasnaya. Yasnaya team's hoping the fact that it stays on top of him because nobody wants to go.
Shocking.
Nothing really coming out of Vinny yet, but hey, Yasnaya still keeps it, and we still keep some of the fields. A bit of best of both worlds, really.
A little bit, yeah. We'll see. Vinny can defend himself with this Panzerfaust. The thing about Rent Free is like they know, like they know that there's going to be some BS waiting for him the second they try to make their way through that doorway. So if they can find somebody, there's the double. Oh! Vinny's not even going to wait for it. Just immediately pushes in, finds the double knock, and the rest of the boys will stay alive for the time being as Vinny will stop down to heal up a little bit more.
Tries to go for the play, runs out.
No,
he's
sir.
going to go down. The shot, he's going to find him.
Yeah, no, sir. Frogman actually on the other side of the street, so nothing really he can do about it. So AFI down 2 here. Mizbo will try to go for the red. No, okay. Ducky's going for the res as Mizbo goes for the heals. The rest of Rent Free trying to get their men back on their feet as good hold from them after taking that double knock.
Everything's just about positioning awareness right now. Holding Mizbo. Trying to see if he can get anything from the smokes. Here's the footsteps, but it's all going to be about the patience and the play around it. Frogman all isolated. Nade's going to pop off right in front of Mizbo, but that's fine. That's what he's here for. He's just got to take as much damage as he can.
I mean, sure. Nobody took a single shot at him. Everybody that would have taken a shot is fighting each other right now as Affinity and Rent Free. There you go. Mizbo gonna get another knock with that grenade onto Jam as Rent Free is just taking knock after knock after knock. It looks like Jam's gonna have a hard time getting out of this one though.
It's going to be intriguing with Rock doing the push right onto the back of them. No external third-party firefighting going on right now. Just these 3 squads on top of each other inside a position. Affinity now got the numbers back up. They're starting to brave that hallway. It is the dangerous push around that is going to get side. I think we saw somebody playing it. Yep, Bizzler's going to get the shot position right on top of it. Goes for a follow-up. Good connection. Now it's just Honey Badger, the last one up. Rock, here's the firefight. Are they going to go for the push? Are they going to keep it steady? Rent Free is eliminated. Affinity now at 5 kills and climbing. Well done.
He was on fire. Unfortunate for Honey Badger there, and yeah, good work from Affinity. But this is what these circles yield, Matt. Is just absolute insanity. You never know what is going to happen. Beautiful timing on their part to come in and take advantage of Rent Free after they took the double knock off the Panzerfaust, and now Falcons trying to find a spot they don't want to commit. They are just going to continue playing the fields. Liquid going to do the same. Furia going to try the same rotation that Wolves did. Looks like New Gen All-Stars are actually going to shoot at these guys this time. So is Toyo, but somehow Furia still making it across and making it in.
It's going to be Gustav that gets the knock onto Finna. That is a big knock to keep them in play, but it is just Team Liquid, New Gen All-Stars, and Falcons. External from Yasnaya as the circle pops right on top of it. Those fields don't provide much. There's the gatehouse outside that maybe Team Liquid could go for, but this is going to be an absolutely banger urban ending.
I mean, you can see what Falcons does. Yeah, I mean, they sent one, but I mean, this was they had the C4. That's what it was. You heard the beeping or at the last second. Shrimsy gets 2. The rest of the boys have arrived, though, in New Gen All-Stars, down to just Iga. He will slide through the smokes, try to stay alive a little bit longer as Tiggleton will flush out a kill.
Iga just trying to get away right now. Gonna be around the outside. Falcons find it, and this is just a symptom of the circle because nobody wants to make the push in yet. The defensive wall is almost every single team playing to the southern section of Yasnaya, so if you've got to rotate in, you've got to choose the right path absolutely perfectly. Frogman under duress. Last one up for Bestia, having to deal with No Way right underneath of him. Team Liquid also making the cross. They do end up going for Gatehouse. Looks like they could manage to find that one. Frogman just up on top of this one, praying the fact that somebody will come after No Way, but there's only one other squad that's north of this road right now. He's all by his lonesome.
All right, boys and girls, there's going to be some brutal fighting going on here in the coming circles. 45 alive in Yasnaya. Only one team still outside, and that's Falcons. They're outside of circle after dealing with New Gen All-Stars. There's no way another team could make that blind send in. Oh, well, of course, Tiggleton's got the mortar, doesn't he? Where's he shooting?
What you can. If I had to take a wild guess, probably Toyo on the roofs. Could be anything like that.
I think he's aiming over towards yellow. I don't think they didn't know that Liquid had left.
Yeah, Team Liquid is now playing on position for Gatehouse, so that's gonna be fine for them. All right, Falcons, where are you going? They're inside of a vehicle and they've got to make a rotate of some time. And Frogman's still alive, dude. This guy's clutch. We know it. He's now starting to shoo No Way away. Be like, nah, you guys stay away from here. There's too many people. There's 4 of us. I'm just gonna be that loud to scare you and make you go somewhere else.
So that's where Falcons was going. They were just pre-mortaring the spot that they were looking to play. But the problem is this is still outside of zone. So yeah, not really much they can play here. It looks like they're just trying to scout out. They were probably trying to scout out the gatehouse where Liquid is currently, but they're going to see a whole bunch of smokes down and a whole bunch of shooting going on over there. So now that is off the table. So we'll see where Falcons decide to go next as they are 3 deep in the whip. Oh.
Looks like it is going to be Gatehouse sided. Smoke's already down. It's going to be Rock's firing line is going to make it scary. No, actually, this little bit of a ridge could be enough. There's also the Rock that's going to be in front of him. I think that they might have wanted to go further. This might just be trying to stop and see if they can get a res because that ridge line might provide enough cover. But Gustav, he's bleeding out pretty quick.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, the Dragunov shots just doing a little bit too much damage. Just right over the ridge line there. And now, okay, Falcons just survive at this point. Like that circle is brutal, but you can see what's about to happen here in Yasnaya. There's going to be 3rd, 4th, 5th partying. This is about to be absolutely insane. Hopefully these guys got a lot of smokes.
People that have got to move are going to be pest control. They're going to be held out by Wolf potentially, maybe even Toyo, who has to regroup. No Way still has to cross the road. Could be something interesting going on. Wooly is in position inside of the circle for Duel, but Duel's going to have to run right next to the gatehouse as well as 55. So this is kind of the lay of the land, and you can see that the moving factors are going to be kind of along where we see Toyo and Wolf at. Athletes of Christ are going to be in play. No Way is not, and the flaming wreckage out where Falcons is going to be the island of safety away from everything.
I'll tell you what, once Duel makes this cross, if they can make this cross across the road, Team Liquid's actually going to be pretty safe, as Duel was the one that was causing them the most problems. But Team Liquid's still 4 up in Gatehouse. Once Duel leaves and crosses the street, that side angle is no longer there. So Team Liquid doing a great job of surviving here to the late game, as we see Copenhagen Wolves trying to hold the line while also keeping an eye on their backs. Athletes of Christ, though, will find the angle, get that knock on a Vox.
And Wolf still needs to regroup. They can't stay out here too long. They're just trying to hold this position best they can, but it's just picked apart. Too many different angles. Good push coming out from Pest Control, but being held back. Toyo has the line and the bead to protect. This is terrible now for Pest Control, just limping their way in. Toyo, the team back behind all of this, finding some successes and really great time knocks, really could have a great opportunity to get in the circle now, as it's going to be Wolf as well as Pest Control and a lot more in damage thrown their way.
Yeah, it was just really nice patience on display from Toyo there. They win the game of chicken as Pest Control gets a little antsy, tries to make the push across, and now they are in trouble. Hot and Spicy, the last one up, will drop the Molotov to try to slow things down just a little bit. He might actually get away with it too. Yeah, he's going to. That's going to be enough to force Toyo to push back down towards the south. We'll see if Hot and Spicy can rejoin Joshi. Meanwhile, Wolves, they're still there as well, but now Duel has made their way across the street, but the fight's still going on with 55. And look at the grenades from Alo coming in from Team Liquid.
Duel in a lot of trouble. This external wall right now for 55 going to be putting in a ton of work. Rez does come out. Kane instantly runs for cover. Sharp Shot just kind of stuck there right now. This position from Liquid now starting to be its own benefit. A couple of volleys, looks like whatever they can get up into those windows. Take shots, heard them, a little bit of movement around the outside of it. 55 coming in, this a bit more blind. Sharp Shot is going to go down that wall, providing just enough cover, and Duel now in a lot of trouble, but 55 still has to get over the wall, and then they have to deal with Team Liquid's positioning as we go even further into the fields. Everything in the north is about to pop off.
Oh, Falcons are just sitting there. You know what? Let's just kick back and watch the kill feed, boys. This is about to be entertaining as heck. Well, somehow Sparking is on a mortar right now for Rock. I'm not sure where that mortar is or where it's aimed, but you can see what is happening in Yasnaya right now. Toyo right on top of Furia. Athletes of Christ making their way past No Way. Pest Control still got Joshi involved. Looks like Wolves are gone. AFI still have that high ground apartment to themselves, and then what's left here between 55 and Duel.
Athletes of Christ just trying to bully their way
Sparking
into...
actually hits. He mortared Kickstart. Oh no. Oh, Liquid.
Athletes of Christ with their BRDM makes their push across. A very aggressive set. Just jumps out instantaneously, prepped up and ready to go, but there's not too much that's going to be happening. It's all pretty much back behind him at this stage. No harm being in front of this, but oh my God, it's going to be Team Liquid making the push right on top of Falcons to take them down, and that's going to give them the great position to play from. Team Liquid making the smart call to get away from the catastrophe that's going on over here.
And the absolute luck in the timing there. They did it right after Sparking got the mortar knock onto Kickstart, so it was only Tiggleton left alive to defend, and Team Liquid just makes the push, and they are, yeah, I guess so. They're gonna get the res as well, so they're gonna be 4 alive watching all of this occur here as Athletes of Christ with their gracefully given BRDM hanging on the outsides of apartment.
This is BRDM, if they can keep it alive as this moves fields, if they can keep the point position, kill everybody as they make their way in, or just the remnants of whatever squads are going to be coming in back behind them, because we have AFI on top of 55 right now. No Way is going to be still caught up with what was going on in Pest Control. Toyo is still just going to be trying to hold out both of that side of it. 55 is going to spot out Duel on the opposing front for this one, but Fan is also going to get a bit involved. So everybody's now starting to fall over here as AFI still has to push in off of a weird angle. Going to be intriguing to see how they play around it as 55's got this external wall, has eyes onto the gatehouse position, and could wrap around. Rock's now going to be directly on top of Athletes of Christ, so if anything, Team Liquid now just eyes onto the walls and just trying to see if anybody moves around the external section of it, trying to go for a kill.
This is the problem with that BRDM as well. You see, as teams are starting to make their way through, this was in the city, so many players have Panzerfaust in hand. A lot of them were using them as entry tools, but there's still enough left that could cause problems for Athletes of Christ. As you see, AFI just getting pulled apart here. Fury is going to get eliminated, and 55 still just playing around on that outside wall, but now it looks like Liquid might have an angle on them.
Athletes of Christ just hears all the firefighting going on around him. Head on a swivel, Rock right next to them as well. 55 playing external around the side. This one can't move too much more as Team Liquid's now starting to take a couple of pot shots on what's going on with movement for Rock. Toyo just been running and fighting their way through the entirety of this right now, sitting at 5 kills, going to be on the tail end of it. Pest Control down to near on nothing as now 55, they found themselves a corner to hide in, but it doesn't feel too good right now as here is Toyo high ground. Looks like they were trying to see if they can maybe jump across, maybe see if they can fight their way down, but it looks like it got red.
I cannot believe that grenade didn't take out at least one of them. That was almost perfect from Ghost. If he had just one more, it could cause a problem here. Fana, he's got one in hand. Ready to just throw it out into the smokes. He's going to take the spray down on a Karak, though. Athletes of Christ up to 6 kills now as they continue to collect points across again and again, and another one goes down. 2 goes down. All of them go down. Athletes of Christ is farming.
Great play coming up from these guys. 9 kills, and it is just an absolutely heavenly performance. Toyo, other side. Remember, those guys have been fighting, scrapping. They started all external, all the way to the west of Yasnaya and managed to get a foothold into point. To the south, though, we've got to keep eyes on Team Liquid. Look at the 3-man split across, just waiting for anybody to push their way out. Vixen's going to go down to the blue zone, stacked on top. Let's not forget about Santastico up on top. Tony hits it off to the side. Now just going to be feasting onto Toyo. Athletes of Christ have a threat above them and also to the side, but then they still also have to deal with Team Liquid and the horses rounding out the outside.
it might not even matter. As Fana will finish them off. Cowboy will get the credit for at least one of them. Team Liquid up to 3 kills, but it is down to just the Team Liquid boys on the south side. Santastico, though, he's still on that high ground. Though there's a barred windows. He's not jumping out of that. He's just going to donate over to the blue. Yep, there he goes. Athletes of Christ up to 12 kills. Matt, they're up to 88 points in the lobby. Second place is over 20 points away from them. Athletes of Christ 2 matches in on day 2. They're running away with this thing.
Can they do it? Fana making an MVP statement in this game so far, just racking up the kills for his team. Nade's going to come out, land pretty close to him. Alo does manage to take down the Goliath right now. 2 players now up for Athletes of Christ. Team Liquid external with the 4, trying to see if they can play around the hay bales, but it's just aggressive push. Look at this coming out from Athletes of Christ, roaming around the outside of the smokes, pushing right in the face. Molotov, though, lands right on top of Haven. He has to retreat. He goes down, and it is just 1 still up.
So much utility left in the bag for Team Liquid, and all of it got sent right at Haven right then. Tony's going to donate his point over to the blue. Team Liquid will be your match 2 winner in an absolutely insane Yasnaya play. But what do we even say at this point? Athletes of Christ are running away with it from the open qualifier to the cup play to now in first place by a significant margin. Gibson, absolute insane work from AOC.
It's insane. Like I said, on the second day, the Lord said, let them be fed, and they were fed, and it has been that way. And wouldn't you know, Matt, it would take the 4 horsemen of Liquid to bring about their apocalypse in the end and finally get that win.
That one was a good one. And also, Team Liquid, man, this is a very big game for them. Getting a victory off of it. Remember, they were very active. They went to the gatehouse. They had to deal with what was going on over there. Then they pushed their way back out right on top of Falcons. You can see Falcons doing that very clever little play with the C4. We haven't seen very many of those this year, so whenever they pop off, it feels a little bit unexpected at times. This is intriguing, though, as Effie is just dominant right now. You can't say that they were given anything. They had to emergency pick up into the circle even.
Yeah, look, it was a really good game, and it's mad that we've had this many urban finishes as well, and it's always that chaos. Like, how many times, Poro, do we see circles finish just outside the southern part of Yaz, and that wall behind the apartments is just a kill zone for so many teams just trying to be the last one alive.
Oh, it's brutal. It's so brutal. And you can see, like, just from the way these teams played, like, right off the bat, of a C2 pop, I mean, you can see a lot of these teams are starting to think, okay, well, let's try to get as many points as we can, because it's really just anyone's guess as to who's going to come out on top in this one. But again, even in these situations where it's the craziest circle that you can imagine, it's really just a crapshoot as to who's going to come out in first. Athletes of Christ are still in the top 2. So what do you do? 43 placement points, 46 kills. 43 placement points is actually diabolical.
Well, it deserved it, right? That's another second place to go with the 3 wins that they had on day 1. Bestia, again, just getting a couple more points and kind of surviving through. What can you say, Paul or Matt? So far, Athletes of Christ have just been a level above.
I'm just going to say, Athletes of Christ plays the way that I want teams to play. The way that they pushed into the smokes, even with a man disadvantage onto Team Liquid, yeah, they're playing with a 20-point lead. We get that. But there's still squads that with a 20-point lead will play that more passive and try to figure out some way to do it. Instead, they're going to run into your face and they're going to say, no, we're going to take this game and we're going to try our hardest. Sure, you end up with a solo, then feed it over the blue. I'll respect that. But trying to run out and play into the smokes, that's how you win games. That's how they have these point totals, is because they don't surrender.
Yeah, they don't surrender. But what we are going to do on the desk is surrender and do a quick break. We'll be back in about 6 minutes with the next game. So we'll see you guys in a few.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't, said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it, keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple. You reap what you sow.
I think something that's essential for someone that wants to build a career as a coach is just accountability and just respect. Go into a team, have a plan, tell them how you can help them, how you can make them better, and make them believe in you. If you don't believe in really any sport or esport, if the players don't believe and respect their coach, the leader, really anybody in those leadership positions, then the team is bound to fail. So it's important that you have a plan and you also stick to it. You hold yourself accountable. If I'm late, I take accountability for it. If my players are late, I make sure they take accountability for it. It really comes down to just that. Accountability, respect, and really a structure. If you can bring a structure to a team, I think that's what most teams are really lacking at this point in PUBG Esports, is everyone has been playing either for a very short period of time or a very long time, and they've just never really had a structure on their team that they could follow, where they have a certain job, a certain goal, and they could just focus on that and then become a better player off of that. And if you could bring something like that to a team as a coach, I think you could build a career off of it.
And we are back after a quick break, and it is time to go to Tego, a map which used to be a little bit of a change of the scenery for a lot of these teams, but now has become, what, 20% of every single play day? Yesterday, Tego was fun though, Poro, and I think that we could be in for another big one, and a lot of teams will be hoping that the AOC or FE will go down very, very early.
Yeah, I think Bestia would like to revisit Tego, their performance yesterday, where they netted themselves a win. And was that the game that they got 19 kills, or was that a different one? No, that was Furia. That was Furia in game 2 that got 19 on Miramar. I'm tripping, but no, Tego was definitely interesting. Played over there all like hard on that eastern side, a lot of unplayable terrain. But it's really just going to be a question of what kind of circle we see, right?
It really is, and yesterday, I suppose, was a good map for Duel. We saw them get a second place, but they ended up losing in that really tense fight at the end with Bestia. But Matt, it is time to jump into the action for this game, and Matt, any predictions on a early winner for this one, or do you think it's going to be more of the same?
Before we see the circle, before we even have any idea what's going on, you want me to predict on this?
Of course.
What are we doing here?
I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it in the US, but in Ireland we like to make wild accusations nice and early without having any idea of the consequences.
Just call it athletes of Christ because reasons.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, pretty good reasons.
Yeah.
All things considered.
Well, if you don't, you're cursed. Like, it's as simple as that. But the flight path here, Matt, it's a nice one. It's going from Shipyard all the way down to Songam, going right through the center of the drop spot of the Falcons, and they'll be pretty happy with that.
Oh yeah, this is everything on the table. Anything that you could really want to deal with, you should be able to get access to. You can see that most of our squads doing their standard loot drops, so nothing too crazy coming out. Intriguing to see if we see anybody try to stop the momentum of Athletes of Christ. I don't know if anybody really wants to mess with that squad right now, as we didn't even see them start the day with a couple of tricksy plays.
Yeah, they were in a good spot, and Poro, they've dropped here very late on the flight path. They'll get looted up, but and the high traffic again, like a lot of teams in and around the Athletes of Christ.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they've kind of made their bread and butter and just avoiding all that early game conflict for the most part. As you see, the circle will be about as basic as you could hope for, a little terminal circle. But yeah, I mean, they've been able to avoid any early or most early game shenanigans, other than the shenanigans they themselves want to call, a la camping pest control in game 1. But yeah, I mean, look, when you're getting away with stuff like taking E-pickups into Yasnaya City on Circle 3, like, you feel like you can get away with anything.
Hey, sometimes you just get that luck, you really do. And I think as we look around the circle, obviously Rock dropped early. They've got quite a ways to go. They've got to cross that bridge. The same, of course, going to go for Shipyard. But Falcons, they've gone ahead and got themselves a very nice circle one again that hopefully they'll be able to use to build off and really get their night going, sitting in third place on 61 points. But before this game, we got a little chance to catch up with Gunnar, so let's hear what he had to say.
Our process for analyzing the teams in the lobby is obviously just looking at their past games and obviously the past tournaments. So, for instance, some of the new teams coming up, we just look to see how they played in the qualifiers, like, just anything that we could exploit or take advantage of, maybe some similarities in the gameplay throughout certain circles or certain maps. How it impacts our game plan, obviously, if it's something that affects or kind of converges with what we do, then it obviously affects our game plan a lot more. But for the most part, usually we just like to try and play our game and not worry about too much about what's going around on the map. Coaches define playstyle identity, and I mean, well, I can't speak on behalf of every coach, but for me, obviously, I like structure. I like having roles in a team and just like accountability. So, for instance, in our team, like Tiggleton, he's our anchor. So he's the guy in the back that will basically be giving the information as the other 3 guys are going forward, usually with like a DMR out. And the players, like for him, he would then kind of just be his own IGL. He'll move when he needs to move, and then also talk to our front guys and tell them exactly what's going on. So yeah, just basically a structure. Roles and just accountability. That's what matters to me. Usually I have my guys get on an hour before scrims where we'll do VOD review and analyze our own gameplay, our own comms, and maybe some other teams. And then recently we've just been double blocking EU scrims and NA scrims, so it obviously leaves not that much time to do really anything else. But I mean, if you want to be the best, you have to practice like them. So strategic adjustments really just comes after we done VOD review, done scrims, reviewed ourselves, reviewed the enemy, and then we'll make adjustments based off of that.
Reasons I love Gunner was saying the fact that teams don't often talk about exactly what their play style is. Gunner's like, nah, here, we'll just show you entirely under the hood, and I dare you to try to beat it.
Fair enough. I mean, it's proven to be work pretty well for the boys going forward. As we see Furia, they're getting a little bit close, just off to the east of Falcons right now, but for the most part, most of our teams are kind of avoiding each other, given the fact that this circle is not like the circle that we saw yesterday, where they have everything is essentially 100% playable, but still getting a little bit close. There's Copenhagen Wolves to AFI.
Yeah, this is just coming out of that shipyard situation that Wolf dropped down into. AFI is pretty split across the board, so don't expect too much to really happen out of this. My interesting thought is going to be how Falcons want to play from this, given the fact that they're already so close to the center circle. You mentioned the fact that they also have Furia next to them, but they also have that very nice hillside that's just to the south of the position they can play, which will be very strong in the later stages if we still stay in this section of the map, because I kind of hope that we do. If we look more to the north, it gets a bit dicey as far as terrain and placements go. South does have a lot more hillsides to play from, but also pest control. You got some friends.
Oh, Conf. He's all by himself lonesome. Well, maybe not lonesome. It's just not teammates. But it looks like, fortunately for him, Bestia might be moving forward, unless Benya is getting a little bit greedy. Said, oh, I want another first aid. This looks like a good compound to look for a first aid. Let me go ahead. Oh, never mind. He's got a flashbang out.
Well, I don't know, because the motorcycle is pulled in, so they might not be expecting this. But also at the other side of this one, Benya is playing like something weird is going on here. No Way also got to be rotating pretty close as something happened. I think he probably spotted something that was looted or something like that to reveal that there is somebody here, because Bestia is all back now.
Yeah, he's calling him back, and there's the push. Conf will be there for the instant knock. Try to go for the flush as well, but he's not going to get it. The rest of Bestia is still hovering around, so Conf might not be able to get this full knock.
Bestia hit shots while he was behind the shield through the doorway to scare him away from that angle to deny a flush. That is absolutely absurd, as now we have 3 squads, potentially 4 getting involved. Ethics Crest on the other side of it. Pest Control just going to be roaming right on top of it. No Way on the external side of this as well. Now Pippa's got to just play from this one. He's got himself a great tool to deal with that many squads, though, as he can just absolutely unload on anybody that rotates too close.
Some angry rabbits jumping around those walls. Well, Athletes of Christ also getting involved, and that's going to force No Way to reposition and pull away. As you can see, Tony lands a shot into Pippa. Pippa retreat back to the smoke, and Bestia will try to reset off of this before any other hilarity ensues. Meanwhile, Team Liquid also going to find No Way coming into their territory. They'll get slabby.
This is just a carryover from what we saw going on with Bestia a moment ago. So No Way was trying to get involved. They tried to retreat from it. Athletes of Christ and now Bestia taking a couple of shots over into Team Liquid. So they're just going to continue on their merry way. No Way doesn't have too many different places that they can stop for. They're probably going to stop off here pretty soon, as it looks like Team Liquid's going to be driving right next to the wacky waving inflatable tube guy. Get themselves a nice gas station position.
My favorite. Love that wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube, man. But it's a little bit south of center, playing around this roadside, so one would argue maybe a little more aggressive positioning here for Team Liquid, and they will see Athletes of Christ just off to their south up in the hills, take a few shots there just to keep them from coming down on them. But Duel also starting to sniff around in this area. As we see, most of our teams have kind of made it in, Matt. They're all kind of spread around the center. Now, in the opposite of the last game, though, they're not doing these big wide splits that we saw.
I just don't think that the map really allows it in this area, unless you're doing something like what Team Liquid's doing with the 2-2 split across the road. We've got this hillside that's right in the middle of the circle, where it's going to be where Falcons and Fury are going to be playing from. And in the south, where we can kind of see, I guess it's Athletes of Christ, they're playing along another hillside. So there's kind of these different theaters of war that could happen as the game progresses. And I think that people are a bit hesitant to go too wide on their splits, because that means that crashes just can be inevitable. And it's so hard to just have those 2-2 positions where you get oversight and overwatch onto each other to like provide those extra shots.
Yeah, also just a lot of hills, a lot of fields. It's a lot of situations like this, like Duel, where you could just kind of drive up on this hill thinking you're going to do a little scouting, and there's a whole 4-man squad there that'll spray you down. So nobody wants to run into that. As it looks like for the most part, most of our teams have settled down. Wolves still kind of driving around over there near Kangwang, and then Rock has arrived in the northeast, 55 over by Fitching Camp. But other than that, everybody else pretty set in.
It's boring time for the next minute or so while everybody's pretty much comfortable. nobody's really going to be doing anything too crazy. I mean, the closest thing that we have to any type of skirmish would be Wolf that's doing the split, where they're just trying to get information. This isn't a set split. They're just trying to see if they can get a little bit more control, but they really do want to go after X10. It's going to be Santi down, and this is going to be a quick push to follow up. The timing on it's going to be pretty good, but if they go too much further north, they're going to put themselves in a crossfire.
Yeah, this was interesting. They made their way in, just kind of poking in from that eastern side. They find X10, get that one knock, get that flush, and now they'll just go ahead and reposition, play around these hillsides. But Rock is continuing to make their way down here as well, so they got to be careful. While all that was going on, AFI also tried to flex out a little bit to see what was going on, but they'll retreat back to their previous position. So the eastern side, really, the only side really popping is Bestia is actually going to pop an E-pickup in preparation for this next circle.
Wolf going to be pretty content with the shots that they got and that extra kill. Looks like they were seeing if maybe they could find a vulnerability on X10. The circle pops away from them, so they're not going to stay here for too much longer. Falcons in an absolutely great spot right now. They should be able to regroup and whatever they want on as far as this hillside goes. So the southeast, we've got hillside with fields, and everything to the kind of west of Terminal and to the north is going to be way more open, except for where Toyo is playing at in that hillside.
And curiously enough, I mean, Falcons get blessed with the care package drop on them, but nobody playing inside a Terminal right now, and that's something that we often see teams kind of playing around. At least
PTSD.
Yeah, I guess it must be, right? At least on the edges, we'll see teams kind of posting around there, because the circle does end up going to Terminals so often when you see circles like this. So we'll see if anybody makes that plunge as we check in with Wolves, still trying to make their way through Rock and X10.
Yeah, this is just trying to find what you can get out of it. This is going to be kind of the way that this is all set right external from the the red zone, I'm sorry. It's going to be Rock to the north now containing this. The way that Wolf is roaming around, we've talked about it before. Sometimes you just kind of scout with your body and see who shoots at you. That's been their whole process for about the last minute to a minute and a half, where they've just been trying to see, all right, who's taking the pot shots? Where's vulnerabilities? Is BL? He's got himself a nice little setup. Does he want to take it onto the car, or is he going to hold on to it?
He's holding on to it, it looks like, for now. He's got DraftKings there with him, and it looks like Poseidon's a Kraken to come and join, but Affinity has no idea what they're walking into here.
Do not get on that roof. DraftKings will eat you alive, and BL will get right underneath of you, so I don't think that they like it anymore, but that's going to put them right timing for the car. You're going to be able to line it up. Shot goes just a little bit external. It'll be fine.
Oh, an Affinity counting their blessings right there. They just got out of that as Furia was about to spring the trap. And Wolves, you see them on that mini-map. They were kind of sniffing around over here to see if maybe this was free, but they're going to see that Panzerfaust. They're going to see Affinity retreating, and they're not going to make the same mistake that Affinity just did.
Duel was trying to round up the wagons just a bit down into the fields. Looks like they don't want to be too involved in what's going to be happening on this hillside, because it has got a spattering of teams already playing from it. We've got Furia up to the northeast. Falcon's going to be playing just to the west of that other side of the hills. To the south, it's going to be Team Liquid, and then just on the outside of that, it's going to be where Bestia's going to be playing from. Wolf still rotating and having every squad take a shot at them. I don't know who hasn't shot at them at this point, but I feel like maybe it's only one or two teams.
Yeah, they're in a tough way right now, as Rock's going to force them to continue going off to the north. They're going to eat a little bit of blue zone right now, but if they continue going off to the north, they're going to find themselves right in rent-free territory. So we'll keep an eye on Wolves here, as Rock still outside of zone, just keeping eyes down on everything south. I think they've spotted out their next move here, rent-free, though. This is what we're waiting for. H-Win breezing through, and he'll survive just barely.
Yeah, guys, that path works. That's about the only thing that you can say. Wolf, who dropped in Shipyard, went all the way down to like the southeast of this circle, and is now wrapped back around kind of close to where they're going to be at. Firefight's going to be going on, as it is going to be X10. We did see Santi go down earlier, but they have managed to hold themselves together quite well against the setup coming out from Furia.
Utility being sent over, but now outside of zone once again. Terminal still completely empty. Toyo in a great spot here as Furia tries to reconvene to hold off this X10 push. Kalnex is down. We'll flush that out. And now we've got one more pinned out at the tree.
Team Liquid making a desperation send into the field, because the way that this is set, it's field, terminal, or hillside. You don't get much else other than that. There's still some coast. So the stall out that's going on for Fury and X10 is going to be extremely problematic. They even have Duel that's just waiting to see how this firefight is going to go, see if they can maybe jump in after it.
Yeah, a lot of fights going off here. As looks like Rent Free actually going to pull away from that fight with Wolves on the northern side and turn their attention towards Rock. As we see Furious still trying to get rid of what's left of X10. They'll find Cloudera. Now Frank's the last one alive. Nope. There's still one more. Where is he? Santihiro. They got him on a revive station. So Santihiro going to be the solo hero for the foreseeable future.
A couple of teams making eyes onto that area just to the west of Terminal. There's going to be not too many other options that you can play from. Team Liquid said, hey, you know, the fields did us pretty good last time. Maybe they'll do us good yet again. They're going to be right in that corner point, but there's a lot of high ground that's causing them some problems, having to drop down away from Capitan and the positioning. You can see that they're just trying to figure out how they want to set up their vehicles for some form of defense.
Yeah, it's so early to take that position in the open field, and you got to think Falcons would be sending mortars over there if they had one right now, but fortunately enough for Liquid, it looks like they'll avoid that for the time being. Meanwhile, Rock and Rent Free still scrapping on that northern side. You see Bizzler's going to go down. Sparking will try to go for the flush, but Honey Badger was waiting for it. Nice shots.
They've got to do this fast because they know that Wolf is back behind them and their angles might be vulnerable. So he's going to start trying to smoke this off the best they can. Notice that Gats has already gotten a forefront position. Gem's already over there as well. Not in a point to really capitalize off of these knocks just quite yet, but still just trying to keep a containment away so that way they can get in there fast enough to try to get these flushes. Also do manage to stay ahead of Wolf, but there is a wrapping Furia that has eyes on position pretty close to this.
Yeah, I thought Fury might send it into Terminal, but instead they continue to send it back up here. Rock Esports has been having a pretty solid tournament so far, in 4th place overall with 51 points, but this fight is not going their way. We'll see if they can turn it around, maybe with a little bit of help from Furia as they have now arrived. Honey Badger tries to take the spray down, not going to find a knock.
Got to be careful playing along this because he's got BL on the other side of it. This has kind of created its own issue as Fury has managed to move into a gatekeeping position. Toyo's Emmy also could get some vision on what's going to be going on with a rotate, as I think that Gats is just trying to get out of this point and just try to get more into the circle, at least get a foothold for the rest of the squad, as Rock is just firmly contained. No options. They've got a team on top of them and then 2 points of ingress that they're going to have to push through if they want to even touch the circle.
Yeah, Kaunzine all by himself now. As the new circle pops, Liquid is going to be right in the middle. Falcons still in great position as well as it starts to pull away from that terminal spot. You see H-Win has been called back, and he will rejoin the rest of the Wolves on that eastern side of Terminal as a number of teams starting to fight their way through there as Kaunzine will get cleaned out by Honey Badger. So 5 kills now for Rent Free as we see Falcons also finding 55.
Pick your firefight right now because we've got New Gen All-Stars that's going to be rotating right in front of 55. As you said, Falcon's going to be taking shots at that rotate as it's going to be on a very weird angle. No Way is going to be rotating just to the south. Copenhagen Wolves going to be running in right back behind everything that's going on Terminal. Remember, this isn't even inside a circle, so I don't even know how much longer the Wolves want to stay over here.
Oh.
There's a couple of remnants of squads that are still just kind of hiding out on this point for the time being. To the south, we also do have Athletes of Christ that are kind of caught up with an interesting push that they're going to have to make.
Athletes of Christ on that south side, scouting out what they got the next move going to be. Team Falcons, though, this is just a shooting gallery for the time being. No Way will be the ones that are taking their attention for right now. But you see Pest Control. Oh, hot and spicy. The last player left alive for Pest Control will sneak up behind Athletes of Christ and is going to take down Tony, secure at least one more point. But now it's down to 3 for FE.
This is weird because FE is going to go for the high ground positioning. See them just down in the corner of the mini map there. That's going to put them pretty close to Duel. Duel was going for the high ground as well. So that could be a bit of a problem for Athletes of Christ. Maybe a potential falter going to eventually happen. Toyo's got control over the north into the fields leading right into where Team Liquid, and that really, I guess, bold push that they made for the fields, it's paying off massively for them right now as everybody is still just trying to wrap through the fields and see if they can find like one of those raised sections where the rice paddies are going to be at that you can use as some type of fortification with some vehicles.
Yeah, just build yourself a little fort in a corner here and hope for the best. The problem for Wolves here is I think they're maybe right in utility range for Falcons if they decide to spread out a little bit more, but you can see Liquid, they still have eyes on this. Gustav and Kickstart have to be careful about where they push from, and also Athletes of Christ could be making their way in from the south side, so Falcons have to be looking at all angles, getting ready for any potential push.
Need the eagle eye, not necessarily the falcon eye right now, as Duel starting to also be a little bit more supportive in their positions. Falcons are getting a lot of damage out. You can see Tickleton sitting at number 1 overall right now, but no kills, just due to how the circle lays. They've got a little bit of, I don't want to call it high ground. It's like 10 feet off the ground in comparison to everybody else, but it's enough to be able to see across a very wide field. Wraps could be problems for Duel, as a couple of the solos are starting to creep in back behind them. And as you mentioned, Athletes of Christ starting to move into a position where maybe they might try to assault Falcon's position, Duel's position. I don't know. I don't even know if they know. There's not too many different ways that they can deal with this, as the circle yet again pulls right to those fields.
Will indeed. Duel, as you said, was kind of sniffing around towards Athletes of Christ. I think Pentalol took a few shots over in that direction, but now Bestia taking shots at FE as well, and a lot of decisions going to have to be made here quickly from Athletes of Christ, from Duel, and from all those teams, Bestia included. It looks like they're just going to hang out here and hopefully trying to get a knock or something, because where do you even go, Matt? You see that you got the ridges in the rice paddies that you can work with, but that's going to be a brutal send.
That's about all you can work for, and most of those angles have already been denied. No Way actually has Lopez that's playing on the other side from where the rest of the squad's playing from. Purdy Curdy is playing very separated from the other sections of Team Liquid. Wolves holding down 2 different corners. So unless you're playing it to the north, but then you're vulnerable from Toyo. So Bestia, I don't know where you can really send this. There is a small ridge right on the edge of the zone where Benya is going for, but then that's going to have Falcons oversight as well as No Way. 55 can have a bit of an angle onto this as well, so you're going to have to set multiple vehicles over there to keep defense. Falcons, though, has to deal with Duel that's getting closer and closer by the second, and Athletes of Christ that could mutually come in at roughly the same time.
Well, here we go, Athletes of Christ. They're 3 deep in the vehicle. They're trying to send it down and find a spot to play, but it's some PRDM. Never mind, they're fine. They can go wherever they want to, pretty much, right? As long as nobody's got a Panzerfaust ready and waiting for them. But it looks like, blessed as they are, they will just be able to go dead center here, and they're going to have some nice cover to play around.
PRDM is going to be vital for survival in that position, so well done to them. Bestia is going to regroup right on the edge of the zone. That's going to put them right up against No Way and 55. Duel's decided to go away from Falcon's position. He's playing very far to the north, and Slabby.
Sneaky boy. You sneaky.
He doesn't have anything.
He has nothing.
He just pressure.
Oh no. That's
no.
Oh my goodness. I'm not sure if that was even that might have been sent by his own teammate. I don't know. But Slabby will survive for the time being. Frogman does get spotted out by Shrimsy, as Falcons will collect their first kill, despite having, as you said, so much damage from having this position on the high ground. But Bestia, their problems continue.
Oh, did you notice that Falcons look like they're starting to run a little bit low on ammo? Slabby, go! Find a crate! You can live! Oh, there's a crate! He's gonna have tools and a gun and some broken armor and stuff, but hey, no, no, Slabby! Survive!
And there's a Panzerfaust on the ground too. He could cause problems here for Athletes of Christ if he's able to survive. But yeah, it looks like somebody hasn't picked out. But again, this is just all about angles, right? As Duel is trying to make their find a foothold in those rice paddies as well. You can see Wolves were taking shots over in that direction, but Falcons forcing Wolves to peek their heads back down. 550 damage for Tig already.
It's go time. Falcons got to move. Duel was trying to get in the circle, and they were going to stop that one in its tracks. Rolly's down. Should be quickly flushed. Bestia is going to have to move from the south. 55 right on top of him. Rent Free's going to have to try to get in the circle. Toyo keeping control on top. But Falcons, I think that they're finding a way to cut a path in the circle, finally finding those kills that they were wanting.
Good night, sweet prince. Well, there goes Duel. And the problem for Falcons is that Wolves is over there too, so that's not exactly the best spot to move. So you can see they're just holding on to this high ground as long as they can, trying to get as many knocks and kills, points, maybe open up a little bit of room to play in here. Is now AFI making the push on the Wolves.
That is not the way you want to push into this. Wolves one side, Team Liquid on the other. Toyo and as well as Falcons having some vision. Nade's going to be landing right on top of him. This is just catastrophe. Nowhere to go. Look, I mean, Tiggleton sees this whole circle, dude.
Oh yeah, no, they have so much information about everything that's going on. They should know that Wolves is pretty damaged right here. But the problem is that AFI, despite doing a bunch of damage, hasn't gotten the knocks. So here comes another grenade. Team Liquid, Alo's gonna go down. Cowboy will survive just a little bit longer as Toyo starting to make their aggression.
Poor Liquid survived in the field when there was all the verticality still in play, but now that it's moving extremely close range, those nades causing a lot of problems. Cowboy sticks for the res. He wants to get his player back up. Playing through the smokes. Follow-up nade goes a bit too far, but does just enough damage. Follow-up nade's going to be enough. Now Luke 12 has to defend, and I don't know, Team Liquid, AFI on the other side of it. While this was going on, Falcons just runs right into Wolf's position.
Oh yeah, Falcons is in farm mode now. Purdy Curdy, the last player left alive for Team Liquid, as the push from Toyo came over. The Panzerfaust caught Luke 12 right in the face, and that'll be another couple points picked up here for Toyo as they stay alive via the grace of the smoke. Purdy Curdy nowhere near the rest of that squad, so he's going to survive a little bit longer, but Falcons up to 9 kills now, and it might be 10 if they can get rid of Ghost.
You got Athletes of Christ on top leaderboard with 95, then has dropped down to 72. 2 squads that are holding that. Then another 20-point drop down into Team Liquid, who only has 1 player still up. AFI trying to take an assault, but Ghost does get the knock onto Kickstart. Tickleton might want to try to get some vengeance back into that direction. Toyo now has complete control over the north. Kurt's still alive, pretty much in the center of the circle. And it's going to be Athletes of Christ just on the other side of him. Ghost taking some blue zone damage. Doesn't have too many other ways that he can go, and he's going to surrender it over to blue. And Falcons now have control over the east.
They do, but Toyo, you saw right there as they were waiting, it looked like a wayward grenade came in from Toyo. Didn't find the mark, and it looks like Toyo's just going to go ahead and loot up in this just care package drop out here. Nobody really looking over in their direction. They are going to have to move once again, though, and so is Falcons. But you can see, I mean, you're going from ridgeline to ridgeline match them, and of course, Athletes of Christ dead center in a BRDM, because why not?
Yeah, I mean, good times. Prayers delivered, man. That's how you get them. They come from the heavens. BRDM provides you everything that you need. Bestia, you're probably going to have to deal with Falcons. Falcons is going to have to move a little bit before you do. Toyo is the weird one in this situation. They can just push down. There is a ridgeline that they can play for, but that puts them in a vulnerable position from Falcons, who is maybe rent-free. Athletes of Christ are playing this pretty passive, not because they don't want to, just because every single time that they probably go for a peek being in the center, everybody spins after.
Yeah, I mean, they all they have to do is just sit there. They've already got 5 kills, right? They're sitting on enough points. You can see they're every now and then somebody will step out of the vehicle, take a few shots over in another direction, then hop back into the RV as they're just waiting for somebody to reveal themselves. Bestia still making moves. You can see Falcons up to 9 kills. They're going to collect as much utility off of those dead bodies as they can before making their next move.
Does Toyo regroup next to Fake Zen to go after rent-free? Or do they just push for field where they're going to have to deal with Falcons and Kurt, who's still alive? I mean, Toyo is the influence. They are the X factor right now. Looks like they are starting to smoke off just the center of the field. That's going to be probably pretty safe until maybe rent-free, because rent-free can't push that ridgeline. That's where we've got Athletes of Christ playing from. They have control over that, so rent-free is kind of in its own isolated angle. Still a couple of vehicles for Falcons, so they're just going to try to jump positions and hang out next to Kurt, you know? Just everybody kind of vibing over here, right on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, their biggest problem right now is Bestia. He sees the shots being sent over in that direction, but they're laying down the utility that they just picked up off of all of those bodies that they were able to loot down. There's a few shots being sent over, but I think Purdy Curdy's he's just a bushman right now. He's lying low. But yeah, Bestia, the biggest problem here for Falcons.
And it looks like Solds is going to be the biggest problem for Kurt, as he's going to have a couple of friends on both sides of the road coming after him. Kickstart, though, playing the top of the road. Solds runs right into the wrong neighborhood. He goes down fast. That's going to keep Kurt alive inside the smokes for a lot longer. Is he going to go for some type of clutch play, or is he just going to hope the Falcons defend him? He's going to go for it. Gets the shots onto one, just continuing to spray, but he's going to go down. Lots of damage. Nobody can pounce on it, though.
Oh, Kurt. And I'm still trying to figure out what Solds was doing over there. He took a bunch of blue damage before he even took a shot at Falcons. Kickstart, unfortunately, will get picked off by Pippa, so that's going to be Falcons down to 3, but Bestia have to make a move forward, and Gustav is online. He'll find the knock as Falcons up to 10 kills.
Solds trying to get a back flank onto Falcons because Toyo's position is extremely vulnerable, specifically to the Falcons' positioning. If they can keep Falcons on the other side of the road or have just killed them there, then they would have gotten a more safety to maybe contest what's going on with Athletes of Christ. Athletes of Christ who've been bunkered down for a long time. Trimsy, though, does get the knock onto one of the players for Bestia. Athletes of Christ, though, like I was saying, have to start being a little bit scared of all these nades. But right now, they all seem to be going Bestia's direction.
They sure do, and Athletes of Christ, for their part, they are starting to move around. They're not hiding inside the BRDM anymore. It might not be an option for them anymore. As you see all that flaming wreckage over there, more utility getting sent over. There you go, the double knock onto Benya and Vinny from Shrimzy. It's going to leave it all down to Pippa.
Yeah, Falcons bold push onto this. There's no Pippa on the side of the road. Nade comes out from LFP, manages to steal one of them away, and Falcons are like, no, ours. Tiggleton pops up, gets two of the players from Athletes of Christ down. Go ahead and finish it out with a nade. Tig popping off.
Here they go. They're starting to farm now. 14 kills for Falcons, up into second place still. Look how far behind they are. They're still 20 points back from Athletes of Christ. That's just a testament to the day that FE has been having so far. But we'll see if Falcons can collect a few more here at the end as Pippa surviving in the bush, in the smoke, flashbang in hand, waiting for the inevitable push.
Tiggleton being the guy that's playing to the northeast, going to have to deal with Toyo. Other players for the Falcons going to be right next to Pippa. Rent Free just still being quiet other side of this one, and you can see that finding out a little bit of the movement. Shrimzy looks like he's just going to throw a flash. Both sides of it blind. Hey, it doesn't matter. Shrimzy doesn't need eyes. He's just that good.
Yeah, you know, why not? Well, Emmy, the last one up here is Tig going to get the knock on the fakes in. So Emmy tries to come over there and take advantage of Tig while he's looking far, and does not manage to do so before Tig is able to retreat. Now Falcons, they've got all three over here to devote all attention towards Emmy. They've still got utility left over from before, as you can see their pockets are just bursting with presents, and that will do it for Toyo. And now it is down to Rent Free and Falcons.
1,300 damage on Tig, 8 kills. This guy is racking them up. 17 kills right now. They're trying to make this a two-horse race for the top of the leaderboard. Gustav trying to push forward, but it's going to be Shrimzy that gets knocked on to Jam. Just one player up for Rent Free, and it's going to be the Falcons. Take it. 19 kills. Big come up.
Goodness gracious, Falcons saw the 19 kill performance yesterday coming from Furia, and they said, hold my beer, we can do that too. And they will find that big win, put them back into second, and put them well within reach of Athletes of Christ in second place overall. And what do you say? We saw what was it, after game one yesterday, we had that graphic that was a little bit mistaken, said Tig had 1,800 damage or something like that. Well, this time he almost gets it, Gibson.
He wasn't far off, that's for sure. And on a day where Athletes of Christ are looking to mark their ascension, Tiggleton went Old Testament on them and the lobby at the end as they just slammed everybody. And Matt, with that, they move within 10 points now of top spot, showing that form is temporary but class is permanent.
This is going to be weird to watch how this leaderboard. Falcons chasing on an Americas event is an intriguing situation to see in and of itself. Now we've also going to have to see Athletes of Christ. You've been playing with 20-point lead. How do you deal with it whenever you have the Falcons nipping at your heels?
Oh, look, it's what can you do? The Falcons coming on strong at the end. Tiggleton with a great nade. Shrimzy again stepping up. But I want to talk about that number again, Poro. 1,300 damage for Tig. He did enough damage to kill 13 people in that lobby. It's insane.
It's obscene. It's obscene. I mean, but look, and remember, this is Falcons. You know, we always talk. Obviously, the recurring joke is, oh, we never get circles, never get circles. Well, they got the circle. They looted terminal. They had the option of going anywhere they wanted to go. They picked that compound specifically, and they end up holding it for as long as they could. But they were ADR farming for the longest time, and then, but when they finally had to leave, they turned it on, and it was a sight to behold, man. That team is extremely scary whenever they get that snowball rolling downhill.
Historically, Matt, they complain about not getting circles, but all the way through PAS, it seems like they've been getting circles over circles. Yep. However, this time they didn't get ganged up on by multiple teams, which is kind of what had been happening earlier.
Look at that.
They just ganged up against everybody, though. It was Falcons versus the world, and that let them touch distance. Just 9 points away from Athletes of Christ, and then a 13-point drop down into Bestia, and then a 12-point drop. No, sorry, 22-point drop down into Toyo. Hey, that's a weird leaderboard.
It is.
This is ridiculous, man. Like, if you would have told me after game 2, Athletes of Christ had a 20-plus point lead. and now it's down to 9 one game later. Like, that is just a kick in the pants if you're Athletes of Christ. Like, what do we got to do to run away with this thing? But the fact that look at, I mean, just the drop down to Toyo in 4th at 55 points is just silly.
Under new leadership, though, is that Falcons kickstarting their push to move up the lobby?
I mean,
I think it's Tig, man. Tig popped off. You got to give it to him. Kickstarter put him there. We heard from Gunnar in that game specifically talking about how they want to put Tig in this, like, I guess, like separated role where he's got a DMR. He gets to kind of provide overwatch and feed information over to the rest of the squad while Kick makes the big decisions on it. That seems like it's working. Whenever the function manages to get everything, all the variables in a row, that was scary. The overwatch that we saw Tig have on that circle while the rest of the Falcons were just maneuvering through calls was insane.
And look, it was just mad stats overall, but let's have a look at Tiggleton against Honey Badger. Obviously, Badger back in action, maybe hoping to put himself into a position to play for Team GB later this year if he keeps performing well. But that is a big difference in stats there, Poro.
I mean, different situations too, right? Like, I mean, this is kind of, I feel like we're doing Honey Badger a little bit dirty when Tig's coming off of a 1,400 damage, 8 kill performance, but no,
started in 10th. This isn't nice.
Exactly. Like, I mean, look, they managed to make their way up there, but I also got to laugh at the fact that that's the first time I've actually seen a close up of Rent Free's logo of the upside down gas can. That's like 3 layers deep of America's lore there. But yeah, no, like what a performance for Tiggleton. Obviously, who's having a great tournament going into today already, maybe just a step behind Shrimsy, but that performance there is going to catapult him up, you'd have to imagine.
Look at the stats, Matt. Like, if you look at every single category, he is performing above the average, like surviving longer, more assists, like he is at the peak when it comes to damage, and he's up there with kills too.
I was going to say above average. This man's like setting all of the standards right now that everybody's going to be chasing from. Somebody's stealing his kills, though. Look at that. 19 knocks, 17 kills. Oh.
How dare they? How dare they?
Hey, Shrimsy still has more kills.
Imagine whenever you're getting knocks from halfway across the map with the mortar, somebody's going to steal it. That's all I'm going to say.
Look, you either have it or you don't. You know, he's been doing Tignometry for years now, but I think it just goes to show the level that he's playing at. But as good as he's been, there's still 9 points behind AOC, and there's also a big gap then kind of starting to appear towards 3rd and 4th, Poro. But that can change. Like, we're only at the halfway point of the entire weekend. After we go to the next map, you could have Falcons on top, Bestia could be right up in the mix again, or with the way things are going, Athletes of Christ are going to get double-digit points again, because it seems like that's the bare minimum for them every map.
I mean, yeah, like even in this game where it was obviously the Falcon show, Athletes of Christ is sitting there dead center circle in a BRDM 3 deep. Like, you know, what do you even do? I mean, when they're finding such good fortune, and they're capitalizing on their good fortune as well. It's not even just getting that good fortune. So still, you know, I guess we're not gonna call it early as AOC with the 20-point lead, but seems like Falcons still got a little something to say about that with 7 games remaining.
We're only halfway through the whole event. So much can change between now and the end, Matt. But I think if you look at what a lot of the teams are doing, there are still teams having really good performances, like we talk about Bestia. Fury are playing well. Liquid kind of have been threatening to get a day going today, which is a lot better than what we saw from them yesterday. But I still feel like a lot of these teams have got more to give.
I'm just still trying to figure out right now, is it Tiggle Go now? Is that just his map? Because we've seen him play that map very well several times in a row.
Tiggle Go.
It's I don't know. Taco's always been kind of a dicey map for me. I can't figure out like exactly the elements to it that I like and don't like, because it does end up pretty flat in a lot of spots. But it feels like Falcons knows how to play that map really, really well. And if you can kind of keep that extra feather in your cap whenever you're bouncing between Erangels and Miramars, this has good international standings.
I was trying to think of a pun to go for the name of Rondo, but I couldn't. So let's, without further ado, just jump in, I guess. I wonder, one question though, Poro. I did it last time. Who's winning this one?
Rock. I don't know. I just wanted to. I was going to talk about Rock. I thought that Rock was having a good day, but it's kind of slick. But
let's talk about Rock then. Let's talk about them.
It's not even just Rock, right? It's the teams that are from like third place down. We're in this situation where these teams are having like a pretty good weekend so far, but all of it is overshadowed by the fact that AOC and Falcons are going nuclear, and Bestia, if it had not been for their 119 kill performance as well, they would be back here with the rest of the pack as well. So it's crazy how leaderboards end up looking when you do get these teams that'll go up there and just start sponging up all the points off everybody else.
Yeah, and look at the flight path now, Matt. X10 getting off early. And yesterday on Rondo, we had a circle that went just kind of north of Jadena City, just by that lake where Yongu is, and we've seen more and more of that circle lately. I am loving just not seeing all these circles constantly go to stadium or test track, which is what I was doing last year.
Yeah, I mean, we still keep seeing this like Eastern set a lot. Not opposed to that. It feels like the three big trends that we get are like the Bamboo Test Track Stadium. That's one. Then we get the North Jadena City area over there, maybe next to Danqing, one of the two. And then we get the Rinjiang kind of river set. We have kind of stretched to the north a couple of times. Give me some Hermes Town. Give me something spicy. A couple of differences. I want to take in the sights.
Well, don't you have to like queue and get an invite to go to Hermes though? Or at least that's what my wife told me. She said if I ever get offered, you need to go there.
Shoot, you're asking the wrong person, Playboy. I have no clue whatsoever. Well, Team Falcons looks like the sharing Neox factory. New Gen All-Star is getting a little big for their britches, getting in there and splitting that test track Neox. But alas, Matrim, we're not going to get a fun circle this time, although it does have that river kind of splitting it, so it's a little 50-50.
Yeah, as long as we have the river in play and we still have a little bit of the lake, this can go a lot of different directions. Even if it just pulls back to Neox Factory itself, that can be a very interesting circle that we don't often get because the test track circles tend to go west of that. With the circle just right on the edge of it, it feels really good the way that this is going to be set out.
Yeah, we'll be interesting to see. I mean, well, the other thing is that, given the plane path and given everybody's drop spots, the east-west kind of nature split of the circle and like where it's going to go in C2, the likelihood of anybody really making any of those long wraps over to that eastern side of the river is probably pretty low, right? So one would imagine that you're probably going to see a lot of action around this western side to start things off.
The hillside, yeah, to the west of Jadena City could be a big thing that we need to keep an eye on. Copenhagen Wolves, I don't necessarily like to say this, but they did feel a little bit lost trying to find a way to get inside that last circle. They kind of had to just run right next to everybody.
Yeah, it's tough.
So we'll see if maybe that they have an easier path just down to the south. Could be pretty all right. As Gabriel has a friend. He's about to have a couple of his squad members over, but it's Kraken just doing his looting, minding his business. Poor old 55. They've got goals. And Furia, you were talking about it, man. This is a good team, but early game, they just everybody seems to want a piece of them.
They sure do. They do keep running into problems, and honestly, 55 kind of in the same boat. But the problem for 55 is, well, Furia's in 7th place overall. 55 has got 33 points in 10th. So I would maybe elect to avoid any early game conflict if I was 55 here, trying to make it to the late game a little bit more, as we see if the Kraken can maybe make the great escape. It looks like he's going to get some support from DraftKings from range, but I don't know if anybody's making their way. Okay, they're in cars. They're going to come over here and join. This might be a full-on fight, Matt.
This is intriguing. It's all about how long the Kraken can stay alive. If he can get a knock or find something. He's feeding a lot of information over, but 55 is doing a good job on playing the southern side. Already has one of their players up on top of the roof. That's going to make it a lot more defendable. Pose is scouting that out. Most of the wolf pack for 55 is going to be right on top of each other, though, kind of pushing through the buildings as they have to know. The Kraken has to be here for Fury to make this movement, so they can't surrender anything inside the buildings itself. It's all going to be on Gabriel up on top. He takes a face full of lead, and that's going to make it a lot more, I guess, a lot more options now for Fury.
Yeah, it's the Kraken. Okay, he's going to find Glock, and Gabriel's going to go down as well. So already 2 knocks here as 55 going to try to make the push in. They will find the Kraken, trying to go for the flush before Posa can arrive. As Posa taking the shots through the door. As Kraken not flushed out. Posa will get Karak, and now it's just down to 1 for 55 as the rest of Fury is collapsing.
Question is, can they keep Zakraken alive? Not even take a casualty. You can see they're trying to defend the down man, but it's a retreat all the way into a closed-off corner. 455. They managed to do it. Furia fights it back, keeps the Kraken up. They don't even have to go for a blue chip. That was a crazy push coming out from Posa.
Yeah, that's a lot of defense for young Zakraken there. Furia not going to take any any back talk from 55. They said, you want to fight, we'll take it to you. And they will get the win. So now we have 58 alive in the lobby to start things off here. Athletes of Christ lost 2 somewhere along there, Matt.
Yeah, I didn't exactly see what happened. Maybe the rotate, because they did move very centered. They're going to be playing just outside of that lake where the two, I guess, rivers almost try to touch each other, just to the east of that. The circle's pretty settled right now, especially around the center. Falcons are starting to do a little bit of a rotate out. Going to be getting pretty close to, I believe, the New Gen All-Stars. Wolf going to be making the rotate right next to Toyo. This is a pretty strong point to play from. Toyo's going to want to keep it as defended as possible, but it is also kind of hard to defend. There's a lot of verticality and little hidey holes that H1's going to try to hide his vehicle in.
Oh man, Souls. They would have loved to have gotten that initial knock to start things off. H1 trying to go for the... Oh my goodness! He is so quick. The heel gets off and he immediately gets into the car. We'll try to dance away from that grenade as Souls will take some back in return, and the rest of Wolves have now arrived to defend their boy H-Win. And okay, 2 traded now as H-Win and Flood all of a sudden find themselves by themselves.
H-Win with a happy feet, keeping himself alive. But now Toyo, they've got high ground. Flood and H1 got to figure it out. Also, it's going to be Rock at range, trying to see if they can steal any of these kills away. Flood gets the knock on Emmy. Now he's going to spin it back around, has to commit into the res. The Snaker is not bleeding out right now, so... Oh, H-Win! He goes down. Santastico gets him.
He is, but Rock, okay, now they're hopping in vehicles. They're starting to send it over here, but it might be a little bit too little too late. Toyo will get their men back up and get up to 3 strong. Snakers and Flood will heal up H1. We'll see if they can actually get to him, but Capitan going to spot out Flood, almost takes him down, and here comes the push from Rock. Snakers is ready for it.
Tries to cook the nade, doesn't quite go far enough. Santastico going to be right in the face of Snakers. Shield's going to try to put its work, but no. Instead, it's going to be Calzine at range. Rock coming in. You said the fact that, hey, Rock's going to win. Well, 3 kills off the start. It looks like they're not done yet. They're going to keep the push going after Toyo.
Poor Adamas. That's me. Well, Toyo, they have that high ground spot, and they've got everybody back together, which is not the situation that they were initially in when they took the fight with Wolves. And this is going to be a lot tougher of a nut to crack for Rock. As you can see, Santastico just kind of keeping eyes on what's going on around there. And I think they realize it. They got their points. They'll go ahead and move on. As what a shot from LFP. Ducky, pick it out, son.
Maybe we're seeing why Athletes of Christ has the kill counts that they do. This is a squad that can unload. And we've seen them down to duos several times today and just not even care. This squad plays like a 4-man even when there's only 2 up.
I mean, the confidence that they're rolling with is something that I wish I could feel at some point in my life, that confident about anything. But right now it's doing real wonders for Athletes of Christ as we see Pippa all by himself. No way we'll pull into that same compound, but Pippa should be safe for the time being. It looks like Bestie going to send Vinny over here. We'll see if they escape or they try to take this fight.
This is the east side of the river. It's Yongu. Long Hail Mary nade. That was actually pretty close to going in the window. Respect, man. That's an arm.
Not too shabby. Okay. Yeah, no way.
No way.
They're not. Yeah, I don't want to stick around for this, do they?
Oh, no way. Decides that there's no way that they wanted to take the fight. But Pippa's going to go ahead and take 1. There was a bit of a collapse back behind. No Way has nowhere to go, as it looks like they're just going to have to cut south back to Gina City area, but it's open over there. Should be okay.
That boy Pippa. Okay. Panzerfaust in hand for young Conf, or Hot and Spicy rather. Conf having a kind of a rough day here today as Liquid will lose 2 to pest control. That's not the way you want to start things off. Looks like Luke 12 is actually going to come over here with Alo, and they're going to continue this fight off of that initial knock. And Alo, oh no, Hot and Spicy just going to wreck him.
Keeping it fresh. Oh no, Hot and Spicy on fire. Oh, if you live by the flame, you die by the flame. Feel like that pest control now just down to 2, and now it's damage control for pest control. K-Mine looks like he's just trying to shoo the last player for Team Liquid away, who's got himself a friend inside of his vehicle. Try to get the res back onto A-Low. The circle has popped, and it stays 50-50 along Jadina City River.
Sure does. Bestia kind of playing around the river right now. The only other teams, I mean, I guess X10, no way, still on that eastern side. Athletes of Christ down to 2, but they can stay in their compound for the time being. It looks like Affinity might be looking over in that direction as we see Rock Esports still kind of backfilling around Toyo. Looks like Toyo may have managed to escape, though.
2 great positions we need to keep an eye on. That's going to be Bestia's, as well as Toyo's on the other side. Whenever we look at the river, there is actually a foot crossing that happens right in between these 2 points. That's why it leads to you having to play a little bit out of safety just to keep control of the angles over that, so that way nobody can kind of sneak up back behind you. Also means that Bestia has a lot of friends on top of them. They have to try to regroup a little bit more. Actually, they're just going to stay committed into this 2-2, and New Gen All-Stars is going to run right in between them.
Yeah, it looks like an unfortunate timing there for Bestia as they were pulling people back, but they're going to run right into New Gen All-Stars. Meanwhile, X10, they're going to run in to No Way over here on the southeastern side of the new zone. Cloudera gets knocked very low, but doesn't go down for the time being. Here we go. Bestia and New Gen still scrapping out as, oh, Athletes of Christ. They're cleaning up on poor Affinity.
What? How? How do they do this?
Panzerfaust.
How do they always find so many kills?
It was just an unfortunate Panzerfaust for them. But yeah. I mean, they still got Ghost, right? Maybe Ghost could pull off something magical here, but it doesn't look like Athletes of Christ want to give them the opportunity as we see Bestia and New Gen All-Stars. It's been a slog for them so far this weekend as they continue to try to fight their way out of last place, but Bestia giving them problems.
Bestia's also got Pippa at range, keeping control on New Gen All-Stars. No easy push. So a couple of throwables between. There's this bowl that you can see New Gen All-Stars playing from. Looks like Bestia wanted to see if they could drop a nade in there and take down a couple. Not going to get it. But Tony is going to take down Ghost with a nade. So that's going to be all she wrote up over to the north. There's a couple of contenders that could be chasing after it, because we got to remember Pest Control as well as Team Liquid are approaching from over there. And we also have Falcons outside the circle to the west.
Now Falcons still sniffing around, trying to find a way to get in, and they might wrap all the way down to the south. We'll see what happens. But New Gen All-Stars are able to get back up to full strength, and they'll just continue playing their dip. It looks like Bestia decided to let them live for now, and they'll just be unfriendly neighbors, it seems.
And this is that Yongu area just in general, right? I mean, this is what you're just going to have to deal with whenever you're over here. It's a lot of dips, a lot of places that you can just kind of hide out at. You're going to end up with some unruly neighbors. Could be a bit loud. Throw a couple of things. Yeah, that's going to be about it. Falcon's going to go for a very southern wrap. Curious if they're going to come along the Tulin line or something else.
Yeah, keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on Liquid, too. It looked like they might have been going for a revive, but we'll see. We also have that E-pickup that's been popped by Rock. Don't know if they'll end up taking that. We'll see where the circle decides to go. As everybody is, I mean, still got a fair amount of teams over on that eastern side, Matt, but there you go. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
that is not what I was expecting. I don't think anybody was really expecting that one. Goodness gracious.
All right. Wheels off time. Bestia, where are you going to go? You've got X10 just on the outside. Then we're going to have No Way, I guess, maybe making a run for that bridge. Duel's going to regroup the other side of the bridge. Falcon's going to be coming in, tooling back behind it. Rent Free is going to be probably pathing pretty close to either Rock or Furious position. Firmly gate kept out over there. Bestia, it looks like everybody to the east is thinking, this is probably going to go west. There's not much land over here, but who knows? Whenever we're looking at this is phase 3, and it feels like a phase 5 circle because it is so tiny. There's so much more.
This is about to be brutal on this coastline. New Gen All-Stars running into Bestia once again. It looks like they'll pull away and avoid for the time being. Shimbo and Balefrost will pull up on that hillside. Look like they're going to try to cover their man. They got 2 guys in the water right now, so they got to make sure that they keep eyes on these other guys. No Way will make their way across that bridge. You can see off in the distance. And X10 still hanging around. Still hanging around back there.
Math will favor us. Sooner or later, the math will favor us as long as we're on the other side of it. Bestia can't really go forward. They don't want to go down to Jadina City. It does not feel comfy over there. Instead, it's just going to be hanging out very close to New Gen All-Stars. Everything to the west is actually pretty calm. The way that the west plays is it's so vertical. There's so many dips. There's like the little mine-esque area that's going to be over there that people can play around. It's really intriguing. This pest control. Oh no. I don't know where you want to land, but
they got Conf back. The rest of them are still in the blue as well. It looks like Team Liquid, they stuck around to hit their revive station. Unfortunately for Conf, he's like, oh, I can drop out here in the blue and do a little bit of looting. Well, unfortunately, as always, there's a team out there already looking.
My brain is not computing this because with 45 alive, it doesn't feel like phase number 3. So whatever, I saw people just fighting out in the blue. I'm like, what? There's been so much violence already. Conf, we've seen you make some miracle plays, but he was already so low on life. I mean, Luke didn't even really have to shoot the gun. He could have just taken a bullet out and thrown it at him.
Yeah, just said some disparaging words.
Mental damage.
Yeah, psychological damage would have taken him out at that point. But okay, so the rest of Pest Control, though, they're still in it. They're coming in from that northern side, still eating a lot of blue. And it looks like we got a couple other emergency revive stations that got hit. I think Rent Free might be getting one back as well. Team Falcons, they see that Panzerfaust, or the BRDM rolling around. Tig's got the Panzer ready and waiting. Yep, goodbye, Bizzler. Easy peasy. And now Falcons, they have a BRDM of their own. Oh, wait, never mind. It's on fire.
It's a little bit on fire. That's okay. It's just cover for the time being. And rent free, no rent to be had, nothing to be found for that BRDM as it's back to the north they go, where Rock as well as Fury are going to be close to each other. Luke 12, Liquid now finding the rest of Pest Control.
Whoa!
What have these two squads done to piss each other off so bad?
I do not know, but they have definitely run into each other here. Is Vinny going to get taken down as the fight between X10 and Bestia on that eastern side of the river still popping off? New Gen All-Stars was able to get over to the other side of the water, and now they're collecting points by third-partying this. So Bestia will survive. X10 goes out, but they've still got to make their way across the river.
Duo for Athletes of Christ got to get in the circle, and it's going to be Falcons that are going to be right next to them. Furia also has to move into the circle. Their compound's going to be removed. Team Liquid, Pest Control to the north. Bestia, I don't even know where these guys go. Playing over into the east. Both bridges are pretty much held, I guess. You could kind of wrap through the blue, but the way that these squads are playing, they look like they're beelining it more in. Is now it's going to be Falcons. Do you sense that Athletes of Christ is behind you, or does the divine pathing of Athletes of Christ manage to find themselves points in a late game yet again?
That's a wild rap from Athletes of Christ. Remember, they were all the way up in the northeast, and they came all the way down to the southwest, eating a bunch of blue in the process as Pest Control still keeping eyes out for Team Liquid off in the distance, but you see Alo's going to go down to the blue. It looks like they may have just been running low on meds at this point, and just too long in the blue for Team Liquid. Never thought I would say that for them.
Well, it's as well as fighting. Early game fighting and blue. It's going to stack up enough. Pest Control, you've managed to make it to the circle. Welcome. Here's some bullets to greet you, and it's going to be New Gen All-Stars, Toyo, and Furia on the other side of it. Bestia, their idea was to go to the bridge, but we're full-on Erangel times as this bridge is firmly camped.
Yeah, it is, and they're still sending everybody else. They lost two. They lost the first two. Vinny and Frogman are still coming, and so No Way is just like, okay, thank you very much. I guess we'll take all of them.
What else do you do? I mean, dying to blue at phase number 4 just doesn't feel very good. At least give it to No Way, right?
Yeah. I guess that's the best option. Yeah, give it to No Way. They're sitting down in 14th place overall.
It's your time, Frogman. You're by yourself. There's a river right next to you. You're in your element, bro. This is where you can find a way to survive.
If he doesn't go swimming, he's gonna have to consider a name change. Well, Rock getting some pressure from Furia on that now, so it looks like they should be able to get Sparkin back on his feet though. But Furia already hopping in vehicles upon getting that knock. They're right there on the edge in the north, so should be looking to make moves further into this zone, but looks like it's not going to be that for now, as Luke will get spotted out by Bale. So there goes Team Liquid in 12th.
Good job on New Gen All-Stars. Keep an eye on those like footpads and I guess close crossings. See if anybody was trying to sneak their way over. Luke was trying to do so. New circle goes pretty much centered up on Duel.
Okay, Duel.
Toyo's going to have a good point. This area where New Gen All-Stars and Toyo are playing from is really dynamic, and I would love to see a firefight break out over there, but the circle just hasn't been pushing. Instead, it's going to be Duel keeping a good control of the south, but also Lopez finding himself a hill to play.
He does have one, and meanwhile, Falcons are going to find at least one member of Athletes of Christ. Tony, the last one left alive, as our top 2 teams in the lobby will battle it out. Looks like Tony might be in survival mode at this point. But Falcons know that they had one more over here somewhere. We'll see how long they stick around to try to find him, as they do have to make their way into this zone at some point.
Potential opportunity game for Falcons, but they are not inside the circle, and they're going to have to chase it yet again.
Oh.
There's going to be just one player up with Athletes of Christ. Tony still hiding back behind him like you were talking about. Any more kills or anything that they can manage to find would be a great, as it still just keeps staying right at 10 points. Fury is making their wrap. They're going to run right into Jam. Other side of it, Rock's going to be the squad that's going to be gatekeeping over here, but Falcons also going to get some vision.
That's a good grenade from Jam. That's a good grenade from Jam. Okay.
Oh!
There's a lot of damage, but it doesn't get the knock.
The car just went flying.
Oh, there goes
Like, where else are you going to go? Yeah, I was going to say, is he finally landing after he got knocked back from that car? Jam, I don't know what else he can do, man. Good try. That's all you could really say. Good try.
That's a hell of an effort. Well, Falcons continuing to farm over there from that high ground, as the Kraken will go down to his own vehicle, but gets stolen away by Kickstart, rather. So 7 kills now for Falcons as they continue their reign of terror here in games 3 and 4. The story from game 1 and 2 with Athletes was Athletes of Christ, Matcham, but game 3 and 4 has been all Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons just running it right now. We saw that yesterday with Athletes of Christ, so looks like the scales are tipping a different direction for right now. Tony, though, has capabilities to backstab, do something big. Rock's going to be right on the edge of the zone, and Duel's now going to start getting some sight line on what's going on with Falcons.
Yep, Tony donated his point over to the blue. It looks like, I think he got shot low and then just bled out to blue, unfortunately for Falcons. Not able to pick that one up, but look at Rock, 6 kills now. And they have the entire northwest side of this circle to themselves. Still got a lot of field to play around. You can see that Toyo is about the closest team to them, but that is what they have. They got a nice ridge line to play around and a lot of things to move around with as Ojoshi.
It's okay. It's okay. Nobody sees. Oh, Josh.
Oh, dear. Another 700 damage for Tig, by the way.
Yeah, number one in kills right now. So the way the circle's set, Duel in a great compound, of course, pretty much centered. No Way's got a hillside that leads down into the water, so that's pretty recessed over there. Circle is going to pop, leans to the north. Toyo loses most of its compound, but New Gen All-Stars has that kind of rocky cliff facing that they can continue to play. They still have to deal with Toyo on positioning. Rock, high ground, where Santastico is playing is incredibly strong.
Oh, these mortars got to be going for Falcons, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's one, Gustav. He had the happy feet, but not happy enough as Tiggleton will barely duck one, barely duck a second one. And how many more does Sharp Shot have in the chamber?
That was 3 on damage, man. And Rock's going to try to jump on this one. Nade's now coming out. Gustav, nothing that he can do. Big push coming out from Sharp Shot. He wants it, man. He's feeling himself.
Sure is, and they're taking him grenades from both sides here. Tiggleton just crawling around on his belly trying to survive a little bit, reduce that grenade damage just in case it lands on top of him. Well, Duel will spot out Rock, and that's actually going to give Falcons a little bit of a reprieve as Sparking will get the knock on the Sharp Shot.
Sharp Shot calls unfair. He's like, I thought it was a Falcons player. I didn't know it was another team. Oh, what are you going to do now, Falcons, as you are right in the thick of it all. New Gen All-Star is getting caught up with No Way external from this one, and now Sparking's going to get vision on a little bit of a rotate. Duel tries to come over and support. Their compound might have been good, but they went for these kills, and it is costing them in a big way.
Oh, my goodness. Wooly tried to go for the hero play, get the revive on a Sharp Shot, and he got picked out by Santastico. And Rock has found their aim here in match number 9. They have eyes on Duel and nothing but Duel. Falcons trying to get Tiggleton back, but Sparking will spot him out. New Gen All-Stars going to go down in the end here to No Way. Or Toyo, actually.
Rock just wants this one, man. They run right in back behind it. They're like, hey, we need to get 20 points just to catch up to Bestia. While Falcons are like, bro, we just need like 3 or 4 to catch up to Athletes of Christ. Can we work out some type of deal to make this happen? Duel just completely denied out of the entirety of the equation. Rock, though, with this very wide spread. 2 right in the middle, 1 to the north in Kalazine, and 1 to the very far south in RBN. The other Falcons member is pretty close to the center. Toyo pretty close to the center as well. No way take the better side of what was going on with New Gen All-Stars. They've got to find a path into the circle, and it's pretty open on any angle of approach.
Yeah, Rock being super aggressive right now, trying to find any way to get angles onto anything. As the grenades will come through, will fall just a little bit shy. That one's going to go over the top, but Kickstart is able to get the heal off, and they'll hit their bellies, reduce that damage just enough to survive a little bit longer.
Can't even use the car for any type of cover. The windows are perfectly lined up with where the ridge line that Sparking is looking for. He's just like, peek, I dare you. I dare you to do it. Toyo comfy in position. Really, it's just no way. That's the only other moving factor is Falcons are hoping that people start to falter. Somebody goes down. They can't even peek back into what's going on with Rock. The high ground advantage in multiple angles, just too much. But the circle at least keeps Falcons in for now. I have to feel Rock wants that spot, though.
Oh, yeah. No, Rock is definitely looking over there. But I think the thing for Rock, though, is that they know where Falcons is. Like, Falcons can't really do anything. So Rock can kind of save them for later if they wanted to focus more on No Way and more on Duel, who they know that, I mean, they know that Duel is in that compound and that they have to leave it at some point. So keeping that high ground, keeping that ridge line cover that they have to play around with, probably going to be their prio is Kalanzine. He's got eyes for Toyo right now.
This is big. Rock and Toyo both tied at 62, right next to each other. More circle control definitely favoring Rock, but Toyo still has a compound that they're playing from. New friends approach. It's going to be Lopez and the rest of a No Way. Smokes come out, and Blue Zone stacks right on top of them. Toyo just going to try to hunker down and eat it. You going to have any follow-ups with it? Doesn't look like it. Instead, it's going to be frag grenades coming out. That's going to be a long
It's so unfortunate that they didn't have a second BZ there, because that would have been just beautiful work. As Lopez does go down, but fakes in, goes down as well, and gets stolen away by his own grenade. Santastico. Ooh, nice shots from DNL. This could be problems for Rock, because they still have, I mean, the blue is coming right on their back.
Yeah, DNL can pop off, and a little bit of a vulnerability in this wide split is a big problem. Good toss comes out from Kalanzine. That's going to open up more pathing options. Kalanzine right on top, realizing the fact that Toyo is the squad that's over here that they need to take out. I love the fact that they were tracking the kill feed. Choose to pounce this direction. Falcons, they're so high up on the leaderboard right now, they're not the problem. Instead, it's going to be Toyo that they want to go for.
Rock's going to lose Santastico as the grenades continue to fall. Slabby having the happy feet will avoid them for the time being. DNL will get flushed out, however, as now Duel has found the backsides of Toyo. Emmy's going to go down. And meanwhile, Falcons is just laughing through all of this. They're still alive with 2 up. Now Rock is up to 10 kills, and they're climbing.
Placement points are all Falcons really need right now. Duel with that center position has now found themselves in a bit of a weird spot. With the way that Rock is wrapped around here, this has put them in a bit more of a vulnerable position. Rock being the big moving factor, 10 kills that they're sitting on right now. They're also going to start having high ground, low ground advantages. Most of the other squads, if they can take out and remove this last player and Capitan from Toyo, they're going to have a lot of vision to play.
All right, things seem to be slowing down here for the time being as Rock just has devoted themselves to hunting the northern side, cleaning up whatever's left up there. They probably have an assumption that somebody's inside this compound. Capitan will do his best to hold it as long as he can, and we'll see if Falcons get antsy and maybe try to push into Duel, but it looks like Gain and Penta should be safe for now.
I don't think Falcons want to get involved in near on anything. Capitan kind of mirroring that mindset right now, watching the flames just burst right in front of him. But if anything, the longer Capitan stays alive, it makes it a bit better for everybody else that's inside the circle, because Rock has just been on a rampage right now. If he can continue to slow down the pacing, it's going to allow both Duel and Falcons to maybe set up some type of defense for whatever angle that Rock wants to move to after.
Yeah, I mean, once they get rid of Capitan here, this is a good spot for Rock to play from. There you go. The grenade comes through, and Rock now has a little bit of high ground that they could play with, and some cover as well. We'll see what they've got left. You can see the back for Sparking. No frag grenades, but he's still got a lot of utility left to play with. And maybe he can get something off of Capitan.
This is weird because, yeah, you can get on top of that building. I don't think
dangerous.
You want to.
Yeah.
You'll instantly get popped. So Rock had to surrender a lot of their circle control that they had. Duel's got quite a bit to play from, but you can see Rock's not done yet. Sitting on these 11 kills, they feel like they can find themselves 4 more.
Yeah, and I think if you're Rock, you also, I mean, the only reason you would take that high ground is to get an idea where everybody is, but they know where everybody is. They spotted out Pentalol, or Kane actually going to spot out RBN, so that's going to be Rock needing to slow down as the grenade will take out Penta, and Kane has that Rock that he can hide from Rock.
So we're getting point where we're going to move into phase number 9. Rock's going to be right next to the edge of the zone, and Kane is just holding this together for him, squad, right now. Duel not quite done yet. Rock in a lot of trouble. When you see Falcons, they're like, I want to go. I want to go. I want to get involved. There's a chance where they can now spin this around, but with the way that the building is set, Rock is getting enough time to try to get their meds back.
Oh my God, Kane.
He is not done.
Go ahead, son. We'll spot out another one as Rock is just getting picked apart, but Shrimsy will be the one that takes him down in the end. And now Kickstart will take that Pico bus, try to get a little bit of hard cover to play around towards the center of the zone. Rock, though, will be able to get everybody back on their feet. But how much damage did Kane do? How much helmets and armor do they have left, Matt?
It's all about the peaks around the sides. The smoke and utility going to be just what keeps Falcons. They're trying to hope that the blue zone's going to force everybody and corral them into the direction that they want. They start playing one side, Shrimsy the other one. Shrimsy's got himself a shield. Meanwhile, RBN's got a Dorito to move forward to. Blue zone still encroaching right back behind everybody. Rock 2 players up. Kalazine finally goes down. It's a straight 2v2. Falcons at the top of the leaderboard and Rock holding down 4.
And nothing left in the bag for RBN there. No utility to speak of. Only flashbangs for sparking as that last gun smoke will be sent out. We'll see what Falcons has to worry about. The Pico bus going to do a little dance for Kickstart. He's only got a flashbang, so no utility left in the bag for either of these teams. It is just a straight gunfight for the win.
I don't know who's closer to the center. They're both just very offset. Nobody can move forward. The Dorito and cover on both sides of it kind of creating everything. It's just whatever utility you've got left, maybe you can make something happen off of it. And Sparking, playing this Dorito, avoiding the angled lines that are coming up from Shrimsy and just trying to keep focused in with Kickstart. Nobody can find anything.
Oh, Shrimsy's smoke is about to go down and Kickstart has been pinned out, but RBN, he tries to just run for it. Kickstart's gonna find him, and now Sparking is the last one alive. He's got the Dorito, though. He'll use that hard cover, and Falcons will survive and get their second win in a row with 11 kills. They have taken first place away from the Athletes of Christ.
But boy, was it close, Gibson. I mean, that was a just crazy series of circles watching from the river all the way through this. It's so nuts.
Yeah, and Falcons took full advantage. A huge one for them, and it scratched an itch there too. I saw 11 kills and 111 points. It was almost perfect for them in binary at the top, but what a performance. And the fact, Matt, that at one point they were really stuck right between a rock and a hard place. They were in the valley. They had Rock looking down upon them. But then Rock elected to wrap all the way around to the north, and they were then able to take advantage of that to get the win. That could have gone very different had it been a different decision, Matt.
I mean, I like Rock's mindset on that, though. Go for Toyo, go for the team that's closest to you on the leaderboard. Worry about the squad that's 20 points ahead at a different day. Falcons, though, this is night and day difference from what we saw yesterday. We saw them playing aggressive, Poro, but like it feels like they're managing to, I don't know, scrappier is the only way I can just fight. They can fight whenever they've got a man advantage, but then they can also find ways to find points in pretty much any situation right now.
They're having a really good time of making lemonade out of lemons here today, which isn't always the case, right? But man, coming into today after 2 games, it looked like Athletes of Christ were Usain Bolt, man. They were just running away from the rest of anybody, but Falcons gout, man. They're running up behind them. They were just like right in the rearview mirror, and now they've taken over the top spot. Absolutely unreal stuff from these 2 teams at the top, and we still got 6 more games to decide who's going to be in first place at the end of this all.
Yeah, but look at that, 21 points for the Falcons. Like I said, the 11 kill win puts them on 111 points that we'll see when the overall leaderboard is showing up on the screen. But no way, obligatory camera time for them. Saw them get a 3rd place with 10 points on that leaderboard as well. But I think there's just a lot of teams, Matt, that you felt were in good positions to have a good game, and it just never happened.
I'm trying to do the math. Did Falcons really just get 50 points in 2 games?
It's absolutely nuts,
I'm
bro.
not mathing, but we're not far off.
That is ludicrous. That's like half their total points just in 2 games. I mean, pop off, bros, get you, but Athletes of Christ, man, you guys were dominant yesterday. It's been a gear shift. They're still pumping in work. They're still doing it.
They were dominant today.
They've been
for
doing
2
stuff.
games.
Well, yeah, but they also did have a 20-point lead that had it.
I mean, God bless, though. Like, what do you even do?
I feel bad for Bestia right now. They're just like, we're trying so hard. But there's just everything they do. It's like, look, we're 20 points ahead of the squads following us. Why you guys got to keep doing this?
I still don't know. Like, Athletes of Christ are having a phenomenal day. It's just Falcons have been better. Looking at players to watch, though, Keen, he made that huge play at the end. Prone, he ruined Rock's chances of winning that game when he went prone. Kawazine, though, looking at the stats, like 10 kills, 322 damage on average. Like, these are the stats over the whole of the finals. Kawazine made the big jump up last year, Matt, playing from Mira, decided then to move on to, I think, wasn't it Furia? Didn't work out from there. He's on Rock now. I'm hoping for some good things for this kid going forward.
I mean, respect. Kane has been actually popping off for Duel as well. So interesting to see those two teams kind of like set up against each other, specifically those two players, because they are very much up and comers. You saw the fact that Kane was playing in a, I guess, a duress situation. He had near on nothing to work with and was just putting in work on a Rock. The reason Falcons managed to get that was because of Kane. There is no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, 100%. And I would go to you, Poro, to ask a question, but I've decided we'd go for a break instead. So we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Port Desire, a city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight, just the jungle creeping back in, both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress. The city won't let me go. It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything. The mayors and anyone that stands in my way, every last one of them. They're gonna learn something real simple.
Dale.
Esse cara do drop, quando ele sair, nós punir ele também.
Vale. Eu tô só enchendo o saco dele, velho. Não tô tocando ele. Quando você atira no cara de drop, vamos fazer a jogada maratona no pingo azul. E ali você desce no meu árvore.
Primeiro, se pá que a gente vai atirar no amarelo.
Quer que eu atire
ele tem safe no amarelo. Vocês têm visão do amarelo, guys?
Tenho sim.
Tá,
então Pipa, tu olha pros moleques então, tá? Eu não consigo dar cor pra vocês.
Guys, a gente vai descer de carro aí, a gente vai descer de carro na esquerda.
Dale. Esse cara tá descendo no amarelo, tá descendo.
Se preocupa com isso aí.
Ele tá atrás do drop ainda.
Nossa, o carro tá furado.
Você tem que chegar no
a gente tá indo pra lá.
Atrás do drop ainda.
Cuidado com o drop, Frog. Cuidado com o knock. Tamo bem já, tamo safe.
Tá.
Consegue olhar à direita, Frog, agora?
Eu não tenho smoke, velho.
Tá atrás do drop, Vina. Sim, ele não tá safe não, viado.
Enche o saco dele que eu consigo. Se encher o saco dele eu consigo.
Pipa, com você.
Vou picar nele.
Tô bem, calma.
Vantagem. Eu olho os caras de longe, tá? Laranja meu.
Tem que sair, o cara
do drop saiu.
Vou picar ele.
Tá saindo, tá aqui. Verde, azul. Verde.
Tem onde tá ele?
Finalizei
todo
knock.
Lá de trás tem um.
Fiz um Doritos aí.
Lá do laranja.
4x3.
Sabemos? Tem um cara no pingo azul e o cara de drop. Não sei onde tá o outro.
O outro pode estar pelo amarelo,
Pode estar na nega. Fase 9 em 5 segundos.
Fez 9 nele.
Vou matar verde, galera. Tem que sair.
Com a Panzer na mão.
Vou me tirar o carro aqui. Cuidado esquerda, Vina. Cuidado esquerda.
Bomba, como é que vocês estão de utilitária, guys?
Eu tenho uma flash, vou usar na hora certa.
Cuidado esquerda, Vina. Tá saindo.
Pode ter um close, eu vou fazer uma bang na negativa.
Esse cara tá metendo louco, velho. Tá ganhando a árvore. Ganhou a árvore do amarelo ele, mano.
Vai ter um cara perto, o que você acha? Tá.
Mano, eu acho que o cara perto vai ter... Tem um na direita. Tem um na direita. É um azul na direita, sei lá.
O meio nosso, galera. Temos que
HE,
ir pra
HE.
esquerda.
Mano, vai matar esse cara do amarelo aqui. Vem comigo, Pipo. Ele vai acabar o smoke dele.
Vai,
Acabou o smoke dele.
Vai você três. Vai
Tá onde,
você
tá onde?
três, estão com Panther.
Explode esse carro dele, mano. Explodiu. Noquei ele, noquei ele, noquei ele.
Vai ganhar aquela, vai ganhar
Pingo
aquela.
Longe,
azul,
longe.
pingo azul. Escuta, pingo azul e nos smoke da esquerda estamos, caras.
Vou fazer, mano, eu vou fazer
Tá.
nele nesse, a bazuca
Eles
nesse
não,
cara.
eles não estão safe. Ele não tá safe, mano. Relaxa.
Tá, relaxa assim. Na calma.
Ele tá na direita
jogar
dele.
pra
Tá de boa, eu vejo o push.
Joga pra ressar, joga pra
Resta
ressar.
rápido aí, resta rápido. Tá na
Pode
smoke.
ser
Vale,
aqui
sigo
pra
sobrando,
frente.
Froggy.
Não, nem.
Consegue voltar pro Doritos?
Tô safe, tô safe.
Tá pegando o carro.
Ajuda,
Ok,
Pipo.
barro, eso de árbol.
Ah, vou ganhar o Doritos. Calma, hein,
Relaxa,
calma,
galera.
hein.
Frog,
Vira pra
encosta
mim,
no
vira
pingo
pra
azul
mim.
com
Vou pegar a bomba aqui. Pra não deixar ele negar. Fiz molotov nele. Boa.
Bom show,
Boa, guys,
caralho.
boa, guys.
Boa, mano, boa. Jogaram. Bem jogado tudo.
Matei um.
Matei dois.
Ah, matei 0, velho, mas é isso aí, GG.
Day 2 of PAS is almost done and dusted. Just one more map to go, one more trip to Miramar, and one more chance to maybe see a change of leadership at the top. But Matt, I'm pretty sure after that one, Falcons aren't going to want to let it go after getting it back from FE.
The question for me is the Miramar start, is that what, like, kick-started, no pun intended, for the Falcons on their day? Is this the way that they want it? If we go back over to Erangel tomorrow, is that the way Athletes of Christ likes to start their day? I don't even know, man. I'm just intrigued.
I don't know. What do you think, Poro?
I think we were just during the break talking about the greatness of the movie starring Shaquille O'Neal, Shazam. Back and have been the only wizard that I see in the lobby right now is Tiggleton. Still has less kills than Shrimsy, but he's got 4,500 damage dealt. The next closest is Tony with 3,500 damage. Like, Tig is 1,000 damage above second right now. Like, Falcons are just finding the game is playing out right in front of them. Like everything that's going their way right now. So when you're playing like this, you've got to capitalize on it while you still have it, and try to get as much out of it as you can, and try to separate yourself, because you know tomorrow is going to be an absolute dogfight for the last 5 games to see who comes home with the win.
Rumor has it, according to the viewers as well, that 1,000 damage difference is enough for 455 kills, which is absolutely incredible, Matt.
That's actually insane.
Yeah,
I can't believe that's the way.
It's very true.
Roughly, I mean, almost like 1 million, I would think.
If you think about it, that's like 2 damage on people all the time. How often do we see somebody with 1 HP surviving a firefight? Easily 500 kills, in my opinion. You guys are downplaying it.
Yeah, but look, I don't want to go high. Sometimes it's better to go low and see what happens, you know?
In this lobby?
Nah.
You got 2 squads that are just eating all of the points right now. You just got to always aim high.
Yeah, but I think you're doing a disservice as well, because apart from them, Bestia been pretty damn good. Again, just living and surviving and getting themselves into late game positions, but just the fragging potential of the other 2 sides has really set them apart. But Plane has passed. Everybody's dropped on out. Now you can see X10 going for a really late drop. We're watching Shrimsy as he makes his way down, and it's just been another great night for someone who's been the best player, the best American player for a long time.
Ooh, bold statement. Do you agree, Poro?
Shrimsy, best American player?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would disagree with that. I mean, you could have the argument, I guess, but it's going to be a pretty short argument. I guess we'll have a lot of time to do it too, because this circle is 100% playable. So Despite the fact that we are in the final game, we're on Miramar, which means it's already going to slow things down a bit because they take this a little bit more seriously and slow. But if it was on Erangel, man, can you imagine, Matt? We've seen some just insane stuff happening on Erangel.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, Gibson.
We have, but look, a team that'll be hoping to maybe catch the magic that they had yesterday on this map is going to be Furia. And before this game, we had a catch up with their coach.
Influencia em saber montar setup para defender algum time que vai acabar passando pelos nossos compounds, ou até se planejar para entender a postura do outro time de poder punir ou expulsar. Tem uma tendência de saber como que é o split padrão do time e pegar uma posição mais para dentro da safe. Dessa forma que influencia, tanto para defender, estar preparado para uma situação, quanto também para atacar ali e pegar uma posição que provavelmente não era para ser nossa naturalmente, mas por saber ali os padrões ali a gente consegue pegar. O processo é que todos os dias nós terminamos 2 blocos de treino e geralmente na VOD ali, quando a gente vai falar, eu acabo comentando ali as principais falhas do dia. Eu gosto muito de pegar pontos que estão repetindo com muita frequência, né? Então falhas que acontecem com frequência a gente acaba pontuando ali para ajustar durante a semana, acaba pegando um pouco mais nesse ponto e é dessa forma aí que eu gosto de lidar. A minha visão é ter um macro bom. Eu gosto de ter uma ideia de jogo, mas bem simplificada, algo que é simples para todos os 4 jogadores, assim. Todo mundo tem a mesma visão, o mesmo jeito de pensar, independente do que aconteça ali, independente da energia da safe. E eu gosto muito dessa parte mecânica, assim. Eu gosto muito de conversar sobre as fights, da qualidade da execução, de como estão sendo feitos os horários, de como estão sincados os jogadores, como que tá a formação sendo passada, a comunicação, a entonação de voz, se passa confiança, se não passa. Tô apaixonado por essa parte do micro, assim, que eu acho que é o que real impacta e faz a diferença ali dentro do servidor.
Tone of voice, belying confidence.
Oh yeah,
that's an intriguing topic that I don't think that we've ever seen discussed before.
Oh yeah, hey, look, you're making my heart happy as somebody who taught communication at the university level. But you know, there's so much stuff that goes on in the words and stuff like that. Is hey, look, what is that? What's that paint smell like? Bricks?
I guess watching rotates.
Yeah.
Sharp shot's kind of near them, but like that's down, so it should be fine. I guess he's just trying to see who's driving across the hillsides. He's got 144 rounds. Who needs more? Especially if you're A-low.
He's vibing. He's having a good old time. But I mean, to be fair, like he needs to be on the watch right now because look where they are. They're dead center in this circle. So you should have that expectation that you're going to have some company rolling around sometime soon as 55 once again find themselves in some early game conflict as Karak will take a few shots at the license plate of Duel.
Cantera this early is incredibly intriguing. Yeah, okay, it's center. I'm not arguing that. But the external walls make it really hard to go for peaks because you're instantly punished from everybody around you. It's also kind of hard to defend because of the amount of like little, like, I guess, aggress points, right? Everybody can just technically drive up over the top of it and just land on top of you. Intriguing to see how they play through the rest of this one.
Yeah, playing inside the crater is probably not the play to start things off. But again, they're not all in there, right? They're still kind of roaming about in points on the outskirts here. Sharp shot. Let's take a few shots at Gabri in retreat and not going to find any joy on those. Might force Gabri into a bad spot here, though, as Athletes of Christ is up there in Graveyard and they have eyes down here as well.
Duel playing this position, it's good, and it does also put them pretty close to center, so they've got a couple of different ways that they can play around this one. Most of the squad's already kind of centered. Of course, we have Loosely on us down to the south, and we've got the Graveyard area to the north. Everybody knows the Cantera area. Of course, still keeping in the Impala Fields to the east. I don't know how you play outside this, though. Like, we still see Furia, Wolf, we still have Pest Control, AFI, who's taking some pot shots between them and Rent Free. Where do you go in the circle? Because there's actually, like, the center of it is fine, but then it's just all kind of fields around the outside of it.
I think
the aspect of the circle.
Yeah. I think if you're one of these late arriving teams, you know it's 100% playable, right? So you probably just take your time, play the edge, get as much high ground as you can, and just wait for Circle 2 and see where Circle 2 takes us, because I mean this could go down south and land on Los Leones. We just don't know. There's just so many different options. So taking your time, probably not the worst thing that you can do here, as we see most of these teams just kind of finding spots, although Rent Free getting close to again. This is just that AFI battle going on the outskirts.
It's been going on for a little while. Nothing too dramatic has happened with it just yet. Gats, though, wants to. Stupid hill and physics, making the car not go the direction that he wants it. That's fine. He ended up exactly where he wanted to be anyway. Gets the knock onto one of them. He's just going to keep pushing. 29 HP, doesn't care, but Ghost is going to get the knock onto him. Rent Free's got some friends, though, and they do have a nice little side angle. AFI in some trouble.
Yeah, it's a good job on Bizzler to make sure he's pushing with Gats at the same time as, they're going to come in for the seat swap. Bizzler didn't even stop down to heal himself, as Mizbo not going to leave his fallen teammates to die. He's going to try to make that push in. And, there you go. Another grenade from Bizzler will find Mizbo, and now it's just one left, but that's all it's going to take. Ducky trying to survive, trying to keep his team in it. He's going to find Jam, and now it's down to just Honey Badger.
Ducky peeks at the angles at the exact right time over and over again to know exactly where the approach from Rent Free is going to be coming from. Hail Mary nade up to the top of it, but Ducky's got the high ground. He's got a good peek angle. Rent Free is eliminated. It does cost Affinity 1, but they should be able to get the reses on the rest.
Quack, quack. Rent Free, you had them. They were dead to rights, and Affinity just did not give up on the fight. You love to see it from that squad as they find themselves in 12th place overall. They'll get 3 back alive, and they'll find a lot of real estate to work with here on that western side. Everybody else, meanwhile, looks like they're pretty much posted up, with the exception of like Wolves and maybe Pest Control.
I don't think that Wolves stops moving for like 2 circles. They live up to that name of Wolves. They're just roaming around everywhere, seeing what they can find. As they're still inside of vehicles. They know that they've got space to play for. We do see that appropriately, I guess, maybe appropriately, maybe inappropriately, Athletes of Christ are playing in Graveyard. And they do have the church under control, so I guess that's good. But I can't help but feel like maybe the circle's going to go northwest just because Athletes of Christ are there.
Yeah, I mean, as far as prediction methods go, that seems to be a pretty good one these days. We'll see if it plays out, though. As you see Toyo leaving Capitan behind in Los Leones, that high ground. Look at all the information he's gathering. He knows just where everybody is all around, and he's, of course, going to feed that over to the rest of the squad, and he'll check those windows and see if he's getting backfilled, but nobody's coming.
Sorry, Capitan just ran up next to that window where there's all the beer bottles there, and his hands just started moving because he was like shaking being so close to the wall. It looks like he just chugged like 3 bottles and then went and ran the other direction.
Hey, it's game 5, man. You do what you got to do to keep your head right.
Gotta stay, keep the mental game strong, man. Keep that confidence up.
Well, they're in 5th place overall. Again, you know, this is one of those situations where if it wasn't for the fact that we had 2 teams that were just absolutely running away with the thing, you would talk about the performances of everybody else. They've had a really good performance so far from Toyo, all things considered. But the new circle will pop, and it is going to center up on Cantera. So most teams already have at least 1 toe in that next zone, and they'll bring everybody else in.
Cantera the center, so we've got circles on circles. We heard you like circles, dog, so we're going to give you circles for your circles, as now everybody around Impala wants nothing to do with those fields because they kind of suck. You're going to see Wolf trying to run away as fast as possible. No way going to be doing the same thing. 55? I guess it's Cantera life. Everybody's going to be hopping in here. This is going to be weird. Furia also going to be living the Cantera life, so we're going to see the hillside in Cantera at the center be a peak battle location. What?
Shocking to say. Well, Furia, I think I saw them. They were rotating on the inside of that crater, but I don't think they're committing to being inside the crater, especially now. Now Glock getting that knock on the Draft King, that might change the math a little bit as the rest of 55 has arrived. But yeah, as you said before, just a lot of action going on inside the crater itself, and now Pest Control is coming to arrive.
I mean, Furia, you got a knock on you already. Pest Control going to be doing something pretty similar over here. They're going to at least play the ridge lines a bit more. They're going to stop I like this approach. It's a bit more steady. It also kind of gives you more of an angle of control up to the north in case somebody manages to come after you. 55 though, they're like, nah, center math, bro. We just go all the way in. We are committing in. All of these buildings are ours. Furia has now started to get themselves back into a better spot. Kraken does get the knock on hot and spicy, and Pest Control's like, what? Why are there squads here already fighting?
Got the knock and the flush, so nicely done there. Karak, though, going to force BL into a rough situation after taking half of the HP away. They'll continue to send more over, but Joshi not going to let him get away with it for free. BL going to go down.
Oh, Athletes of Christ, here's a firefight that's going on in Cantera. They might actually try to fourth party this, I guess. I don't even know anymore. This is kind of watch what's going on here because you'll get an idea on why fighting in Alcantara early is a bit of a problem. Because you can see that you're isolated over here. You're now caught up. You have no idea what's going on anywhere else except for 20 meters around you.
Well, right now, 20 meters around them is the only thing these guys need to be worried about because there are a lot of teams and a lot of players in there. Conf just going to make the push. Posa will find Joshi. He'll find Conf as well, as that was a little bit of an aggressive push by Pest Control, and they end up paying the price.
Conf, I respect it. You were feeling yourself. You tried to make something big happen. And it's just sometimes you're trying to make something big happen. It just doesn't happen at all. Pest Control, what do you try to do now?
Oop.
K-Mine, nowhere to go. He just gets dropped out of the vehicle, and no push really coming out from 55 just yet. This is an opportunity for you guys, but hesitation coming out from the squad.
Yeah, they just don't have a good idea of where these guys are. They know they're down to 2 players, so they know they have to make this push. So Tavon will prime that grenade and try to throw it to where he thinks they might be, through the window, through the wall, do an air burst. It's going to fall a little bit short. But Posa is ready with another Panzerfaust, as the bazookas are singing right now.
Call him Posa-Faust at this point. This guy's got a ton of them.
I love it.
Furia got friends above him all around, but 55 not finding much of it. Finally do get DraftKings. Now Posa, the last one up. Can he do the unthinkable? Are there enough Panzerfausts to be found?
How many more does he have in the trunk? We will see. Well, 55... They are slowing things down here just a little bit with the smokes. Trying to go for the res on their fallen teammate. But is that going to open up a door here for Posa to maybe do the same? He will. He'll get Biel back up and continue to just recycle these smokes. So Furia are getting their men back on their feet.
I don't even know. Okay, nice little peek there from the window. Blue Zone's going to make that more awkward. 55 still has all 4 players up, but look at this. I mean,
gotta push, man. You gotta push.
Just kind of all coming wrong. They're afraid to push into those smokes. They don't know what's coming. They don't know if another Panzerfaust is just going to be flying at their face. Finally peeks around the side, gets a bit bold, but just going to be Knights Havon. Can't find anything else because there's nothing to be seen. It's just all smoke.
Just a lot of scrapping going on here in Cantera. While this is happening, the circle did pop, and it is going to center on that compound just to the southeast of Cantera Crater. Team Liquid and New Gen All-Stars and Toyo all fighting around that right now, but nobody really scrapping as much as these guys are. So everybody just fighting for position, while Karak just holds that high ground, waiting for the rest of those. Eventually, these smokes are going to have to die, right? Karak's still got 4 in his pocket, though.
I don't even know. I don't know how many of them do you even have at this point. Furia has a lot of very interesting cover points that they can play from. They've already got the shield out. Posa, he's thinking about being spicy. Athletes of Christ were also taking some third-party shots into this from very far away. It's going to be Haven, mostly. Looks like he's going to be able to spot out Gabriel here and there whenever they're going for those peaks, but that's also what has slowed down 55 a bit. I guess after seeing 3 squads roll into here, you're afraid that the 4th one's going to be coming.
Tell you what, Matt, everybody, if you enjoy this type of gameplay, take a picture because we're not going to see it much longer. Remember that new patch is coming where the grenades can blow away the smokes. So Kraken with the prone will find Tavon, but Biel going to get traded out as well. Gabri coming in with that bullet hose will find a couple. And now Furia back on 1 alive, as 55 is cleaning things out. Posa all by himself will find the knock on a Karak.
Never count out Posa. This man manages to find it all the time. Takes some damage, finally goes down. 55, get it, but guess what? Here they come. They've been watching Athletes of Christ. Now sit it into Cantera as well. 55, you best get this res fast.
Oh my goodness. Of course, it would be Athletes of Christ, wouldn't it? It would be. And they're just going to be arriving at the perfect time. And of course, they're in the middle of Cantera Crater, so nobody else is going to be even looking down there. I think Bestia might be sending Vinny up there just to spot it out, but whatever happens is going to happen quick as the circle is going to pull away once again, going back over towards the fields where Copenhagen Wolves actually in a pretty decent spot for once.
This is weird. I think that Athletes of Christ, they just want to get control over this ridge line. 55, I almost feel like they just want to be done. They're like, guys, this is way more than we signed up for. We went to Cantera because we thought it'd be chill. There is no chill to be had here. This circle is mostly field. We've got New Gen All-Stars. It's got a compound. That's kind of the peninsula compound that comes out into the Impala fields. Other side of that, playing the trench to the west, is going to be Team Liquid. That's closer to Cantera. Other side of that, the trench that's going to be to the east of New Gen All-Stars, is going to be Toyo. Wolves, like you were talking about, in a good spot. No Way already in a wide split. Everybody else, just come into the fields and take what you can get.
Oh, man, and a lot of these teams, I think, on the far western side are realizing that their situation may not be so great, so they're just going to go ahead and scrap it out, try to find some points that way. Rock, though, Kalanzine and Santastico are down, or the last two alive, rather, as they're taking this fight with Affinity. Affinity has been having quite a run here so far after dispatching with Rent Free earlier. They are now running into another fight as Zalati. Oh my god, what a spray, Kalanzine!
This dude's like shooting a sniper in full auto right now. Just no cares. Look at this guy. Rock was down to just 2 players up, but whatever, it's Fantastico and Kalanzine, there's still always an opportunity. 55 still playing around Cantera. Sure, looks like they were trying to get out of here. They're now involved with Rock. 2 players up, high side of it, tries to go for a peek back around, but there's cars, there's everything flooding out of it. And it is going to come at a cost. Only 1 player up for Rock, but he's still fighting his way out.
55 trying to farm here at the end of the day, but Kalanzine up to 440 damage. You might be able to find Rock. No, he's going to go down to the blue zone in the end. Glock, the last player, up 455, but you can see Athletes of Christ have heard everything that's been going on, and they're coming over here to see if they can maybe collect a few points for themselves.
Athletes of Christ right now are just popping from party to party, man. Every single time they go, the party dies, and they've got to go somewhere else. Falcons, though, they have themselves a party of their own with No Way. This was a rotate right into position. No Way was running a 2-2 split. They regrouped right as Falcons managed to get over here, so Falcons just going to have to fight their way for the compound, and it is one of the few things to be had in this circle.
And it's probably not going to be in here very long either. As we see, 55 will go down. Affinity will also be done with here as we're down to 39 alive. Team Falcons just methodically making their way through each and every room. Don't want to take the risk of losing a player here for free. Kickstart probably leading the way with that Panzerfaust, that breaching material.
I'm just excited that we saw Cantera in a firefight, man. That's crazy. Circle pops away like you were expecting it. X10 to the east of this is going to have to move in. It's just mostly going to be the road that Wolf keeps control of, as well as New Gen All-Stars / Toyo / Team Liquid's compound. It's going to be what everybody's going to be fighting for. So Falcons going to make the commit. They want to get involved. External from this one, though, it is going to be X10 trying to get involved. So going to have to play the wide sides away from everything to keep it as safe as possible. Falcons reads it perfect.
Yeah, they've narrowed it down. They've found pretty much everybody, and now it's just down to finishing them off. As No Way is slowly getting taken down one by one. Shrimsy actually going to get knocked, but No Way will get taken out in the end. And Falcons will be able to get Shrimsy back on his feet. But where do they go from here, Matt? There's a lot of field in front of them. And
a shack, some hay bales.
Yeah,
that's about it.
It's not great.
I mean, with the fact that there's the fortress right now that has 3, about to be 4 squads in it, Athletes of Christ are trying to run down the hillside, leaving Cantera, and you can see that that's not going the best. Is Haven's going to run over LFP, and it's just the nature of the beast as you're coming down that very vertical hillside. Duel also now trying to make their way over to the fortress and join in with New Gen All-Stars as well as Team Liquid and Toyo. This is pretty much what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 squads stacked on top of each other. Wolf with Overwatch on it all, and then everybody else just fighting for hay bales.
Yeah, Falcons are sending it. Let's see where they go. They're going to go for that Toyo dip right now, and they'll pull up just shy, and we'll see what happens here. As Team Liquid still out in the open with the mortars.
Dial that one back, buddy.
He's got 4 of them. Oh no, Kane took out Sharp Shot.
Kurt's like, do I go for Duel? Do I go for Toyo? Who do I go for? Do I go after Athletes of Christ? Just too many targets, too close range, and now it's starting to be kind of dicey. That's a good shot, though. It is going to come out from H-Win and the Wolf Pack over in the east.
Told you, Wolves had a great spot here for the first time in what felt like forever. As they have the compound, they've got a nice little spot to set up for mortars. X10 has made their way in the fields just off to their south, but they'll survive for the time being as each win will finish off LFP as Athletes of Christ are just getting peppered from the sky. The heavens are not being helpful for them right now.
The H-Wins are not being helpful for them, you could say. Now it's just full-on mortar fun for these guys that are firmly entrenched as H-Win just popping off, man. You can see that the shackles are off. He's just doing whatever he can do. Oh, no, doesn't come in. Nate does work, though. Good job, Cowboy.
Yeah, if you can't hit the mortar, just throw a nade. Why not? It's not like Team Liquid doesn't know how to use utility. And there you go, Athletes of Christ out in 9th place. So they're very good there. Well, what started as a very good day, and they had a couple of decent games in there as well, has ended with them in 2nd place overall with 106 points. We'll see where Falcons ends up after this is all said and done. You can see they are still inside the circle playing from the south side. It's not great, but it's something.
Now the Fortress shifts eyes to the east as Team Liquid, New Gen All-Stars, Toyo, and Falcons are all going to be shooting at X10, Wolf, and Bestia. I'll also include Wooly in there. I don't think he's going to be doing much shooting. He's just going to be watching and really cheering people on, hoping that nobody notices he exists.
Yeah, he's just going to be vibing for the foreseeable future. But yeah, that roadside right there on the east is what's about to be very interesting. Is X10, Wolf, and Bestia all have to kind of look over in that direction. It looks like Bestia is actually going to try to wrap over to the west. So that's one player removed, at least for now, as... See, Falcons still, they've got eyes on X10 from range.
This is going to be pretty brutal to watch. This is just going to be cyberbullying as about, I don't know, 15 people are going to be picking on 10, trying to find some way to make something happen. Wolf has at least managed to get box across into those shacks on the other side. Mostly Falcons putting in the work on X10. Toyo not wanting to go for the peaks, and New Gen All-Stars just trying to make sure that nobody really runs up close to them. Falcons actually... the only ones holding back everybody right now. I think everybody's worried about close range threats.
Yeah, honestly, that kind of helped out Wolves a lot as X10 got taken down. So Wolves have that whole ridge line on that eastern side to themselves. They've got the hay bale as well. We'll see if they can do any damage to Falcons here, because this next circle, I mean, they're right on the edge, Matt. The next circle, if it shifts away, they're going to be in a world of hurt.
And we're only at phase number 6, so mathematically, it's feeling like this is about to be a really flat in-game circle. Matter just, does the New Gen All-Stars compound stay in play? Toyo, Duel, Team Liquid, they are all praying that it does. Falcons, you can see that they've got their hay bales. They're already committed into the life that everybody else will have to live in a little while. There is a little bit of a hillside decline going into this. I don't think it's enough to really matter a lot, because the way that this kind of falls is the center is going to be kind of a valley. But not really. You can kind of get an idea. Vox is looking at the entirety of the circle right now. It's hay bales in a bit of a dip, but I don't even think that the dip provides any safety.
Yeah, it's just wild, because we were talking about it, how Miramar tends to slow things down, but it's still Game 5 vibes, I guess. These guys are just being very active. Only 23 left alive. Wooly is waiting for the inevitable push from Team Liquid with the boomstick in hand, looking for anybody that might be looking for him.
Team Liquid, just don't go around the corner. It's fine. Just don't go around that one corner.
Or just don't go around as a group.
Oh, they're coming over. Timed out well. Good job on surviving for long enough, Wooly, but Team Liquid had to shy away from that angle. New Gen All-Stars going to take a couple pot shots into their head. New circle is popped. That means that Toyo has to move. Falcon's got to move. Wolf has to move. Bestie has to take a few steps, but Team Liquid has to move as well. New Gen All-Stars feasting right now.
Yeah, New Gen All-Stars in a great spot. Team Liquid, they've got some decisions. The biggest problem for them is Wolves. If they can wait out Wolves and see where they decide to go, if Wolves can move first and Liquid just comes in second, then they might be in a better spot. But Falcons and Toyo kind of in the same boat, right? Like, it's really just a game of chicken between all 4 of those squads as to who's going to go first. Nobody wants to be the first one there.
I think that Team Liquid has a little bit of a dip that they can play. It's vulnerable to Wolf's positioning, but Wolf's going to have to move, so I don't think that that's too big of a problem. So Liquid's just going to play this one pretty quiet. You were talking about Toyo. I don't even think that Toyo has peeked out of this ridge that they've been hiding in for like the last 2 circles.
Nah.
Anytime that they did, it was instantly punished. So Falcons, I think, has realized, okay, we can't even really worry about Toyo. Oh,
Is that C4?
Nope. Yeah, that's a C4. We do have a way to deal with Toyo. And it's going to be Gustav.
They're having fun
hazing
now.
the new guy.
Yeah, why did they send Gustav? Oh no, he lost a tire. Oh no.
Don't worry, Gustav. Nobody saw the fact that you didn't realize your tire was already popped. It's fine.
Bro, why are you gonna put the new guy in the car with the C4 with no tire? Dude, that's so brutal. Oh dear.
Okay. Welcome to Falcons, Gustav. Hope you're having fun. All right,
welcome to Americas.
Now, Falcons, you got to walk forward. Wolf is playing to the north, so it looks like they've got eyes on to Bestia. That's kind of good news for Falcons. Falcons still has to deal with Toyo as well as Nugent All-Stars. Nugent All-Stars does have some height on top of him, so that's going to be a problem. Kickstart those guys. Battle Vox. Oh, I mean, take what you can get at this point. Nobody's really... There are no sides. You're just getting whatever point you can find.
Yeah, this is always going to be rough for Wolves trying to make their way over. Balefrost actually peeking over his head. He's going to find Kickstart. Toyo still playing from that dip. They started coming out, but I think the shots from New Gen All-Stars forced them to duck their heads back down. So looks like Falcon's still alive for the time being, but you can see this position that they're in is a lot of hurt as Wolves do get taken down in the end by Bestia. And the circle collapses again. Team Liquid still have that high ground. Toyo finally making that push, but what a grenade to slow things down.
Got a little bit of a cover and shield, and Shrimsy runs out into the blue, at least feeds the information over. Now just chunking out every single flash. Tig got to deal with Fake Zen as well as Emmy on the high side of this one. Nugent All-Stars not providing too much support yet, but it looks like they are going to be wrapping back behind Toyo. Toyo's realized that this could be a big problem for him. They have to peek back over it, but Emmy holds the line for his squad. Tiggleton's going to use the opportunity. Run back over to Dorito. He takes a ton of damage, though. He has to run away from it. Nade's going to be falling down. Thicksen's going to go down. It's going to be Team Liquid's Cowboy across the circle that spots him. Tig gets his health back up. He just sees free points and just noms him up.
He just took those both away. 600 damage again. Another 500 plus damage game for Tig. That's, I believe, 3 in a row, maybe 4. Is Emmy now the last player left alive? Toyo, they had to do something. They had to try to make a push somewhere, but the problem was always going to be New Gen All-Stars. Unless New Gen All-Stars put their attention towards Team Liquid, Toyo was going to be screwed. And unfortunately for them, New Gen All-Stars made the smart play and went for Toyo for free. We'll see how these solos can do now that the circle is right at their back.
Team Liquid, New Gen All-Stars high side. Tiggleton spots out Emmy, but Emmy gets him. So it's going to go ahead and reveal the dominoes as they fall. Now, just 2 full 4-man squads up. High side, New Gen All-Stars, just a little bit. Other side of the radio tower is just going to be the setup for Team Liquid. I love this. They can make the play for center quite early. We are in phase number 8, and we're going to be popping in 9 in just 1 second. So Team Liquid, eyes on the win.
All right, New Gen All-Stars. It has not been a very great tournament for them so far, but they are now in a spot where they can turn things around before the final day. They can just get the win here, but great shots from Luke. We'll get that knock on to Shinboy, and it is going to be rough sailing for New Gen. Nice return from Iga, though. The Bolty still in play.
New Gen All-Stars working their way from the high ground. It's been what's kept them alive for so long, but now it's going to be its own set of problems. The wrap coming up from Team Liquid, running to run right into the face, peeks around from the rocks. Alo takes down one, eyes on the rest of it, and now New Gen All-Stars backs up against the blue zone. They are trapped between Liquid and a hard place.
Oh, Liquid trying to make that push. Halo all by himself. He's getting the counter push, though. He's going to find Finn at the top. Can he get a second one? Cowboy gives him the support he needs. Shinboy goes down, and Team Liquid will clutch out the final victory of day number 2.
Big game for Liquid. They are now in the top 4, chasing after Bestia, and just 11 points away. It has been a story today of massive climbs coming up from these squads, Gibson.
It has indeed. Obviously, Falcons and the Athletes of Christ really got a great day. But for Liquid, I think they needed that. You know, they were kind of getting caught a little bit adrift. They get a big win in the last game. And to be honest, I think they played that game really well from start to finish, Paro. That's, when you think about Team Liquid, that's the sort of performance that you expect, and they just hasn't been enough for them this year yet.
Absolutely. No, they did a fantastic job of just controlling their area, being patient, but also showing aggression when the time for aggression was called for. So they defended themselves all the way up to the very end. And I mean, that final 4v4 fight, like, that has been the questionable part about Liquid lately, is it feels like where we used to feel really confident in Liquid's ability to just straight up 4v4 another team, it's kind of been shaky at times this year, but that one looked really, really confident, and a great win for them here.
It is, and obviously they made the roster change at the start of the year. Sparking's gone back to Brazil. They brought in Cowboy, who is an incredible player. You speak to Roth, who used to team with him, and he's adamant that Cowboy is the real deal. Do you think that maybe they struggled with just the differences in how Sparking and Cowboy played? Like, Sparking can be more loud and vocal, I'm going to get it done, Matt, whereas I think Cowboy is a little bit more quiet, but equally as talented.
I don't know. Look at this firefight that we're watching right here, where Alo goes for the just drop down to the belly. The support from Cowboy on the side shows a lot of trust. I think that the synergies are starting to be formed, and if we can get Cowboy and Alo together on these angles more, that is a recipe for instant success.
It is, and Team Liquid, they get a 21-point win to kind of match what Falcons did earlier. Falcons again making it into the top 3, which is something they've been so consistent with today. But I think, to be honest, Paro, it's nice to see New Gen All-Stars finally getting into a top 4. They were at the bottom of the leaderboard, and I think that'll help their confidence as well going into tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. Like, it is, it's just not been a great tournament for them so far, and that's a lot of players that have a lot of experience, a lot of skins on the wall. So good to see them kind of finally find something to put them in the right direction. But again, I mean, just what a crazy day. After 2 games, you had Athletes of Christ with a 20+ point lead, and at the end of the day, Falcons is up by 15. Like, who would have ever thought?
Hey. It's just a big turnaround.
Who would have thought? That's all I'm thinking in my head. Just who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Not me.
It's nuts.
But honestly, I think Falcons will be really happy with how today was. Like, yesterday was good, today was great. Athletes of Christ, they had a very good day again. You're on over 100+ points after 10 maps. That's, you know, I'm going to say it, over 10 points a game on average is what they've been putting in there. Bestia have kind of fallen back a little bit, but Liquids, 77 points, not an awful long ways behind.
2 wins, man. 2 wins on the day. That's absolutely huge for them.
So as we kind of move on and finish off the day, I think one thing we can all say is we're seeing a really good performance by a lot of these regional and global partner teams. Like Bestia are up there, Liquid are, Falcons sitting on top. But going into tomorrow, as we look at the head-to-head, is there anything that maybe the likes of Rock could do? Because they're not playing anywhere near the level they did last year, Matt.
No, I mean, Rock's still playing very efficiently. Let's not discount anything. I feel like the left side of the leaderboard right now is incredibly strong. There's a couple of squads on the right side that are still dancing with the premises of it. Rock just has been... The problem with Rock, and it baits you out. They're incredibly efficient at what they do, but it's not nice and shiny and clip-worthy. It's just very productive PUBG. It's not going to get them to the top of the leaderboard whenever everybody's putting up, like, I don't know, 50 points in 2 games kind of thing. They're not going to be chasing after that, but it's just going to keep them in a very consistent pacing. So whenever they can get their pop off, it'll be big.
Then they had Kawazine getting highlighted again. You know, the stats still looking really good over the event, but Alo finally showing what he can do, to be honest, Paro. Like, this is a player you and I are both huge fans of, and it's nice to see him getting those numbers up the right way.
No, for sure. I mean, look, Liquid, like all the players on that team have amazing pedigree, and you know what they're able to do. It's just finding the ability to do it from one game, you know, having one big day and then turning that into 2 big days, into 3 big days. That's kind of been where they're having a little bit of a trouble. So hopefully we'll see them kind of get Cowboy into the fold, and maybe they can start finding a way to turn success in one day into success into 2.
Then going into tomorrow, how do you think that some of these teams will perform? Actually, do you know what? Before we ask that question, let's bring in Alo. We got an interview with Team Liquid after that big win.
Sweet baby Jesus, an Alo interview? This doesn't happen.
Yeah, I got confused because when the Discord came, and we were told we're interviewing Alo, and then I look and I see the Extreme's name in the Discord call. But first off, Alo, I have a bone to pick with you. What's up with the picture? Why do we have super serious gamer Alo now and not kawaii Alo?
I prefer my other, my this one, of course, but you know, everything's fine.
We'll get a petition going.
I'll do it.
Yeah. So, Alo, look, I guess we'll get stuck in. First off, it's not really been a great year for you guys so far. I'd even go as far as saying it's been below expectations. But I kind of want to know, how are you feeling about the team now with Cowboy in it, and what do you think's been the reason why you've not quite got to the levels that we know you can get to?
I would say we've been making a lot of micro mistakes and communication errors that have been holding us where we're one decision away or one communication away from having a great game, and we end up not being able to make that gap where do this and then everything's fine and we end up having like a 10+ point game. We have a problem making that communication and being able to secure and basically to continue having a good like top 5 ending.
And then looking into tomorrow, obviously you guys are a long way off the Falcons now, but you've just shown that you can get big wins. Do you feel in the new, with only 5 maps tomorrow, that you guys are still in the hunt? Or is it more a case now of seeing if you see how high you can get and how many PGZ points you can get?
I think anything's possible in a best of 5. I think Falcons are going to keep steamrolling and maybe FE will choke. Who knows? I'm hoping they're going to choke, of course. I'm hoping someone's going to choke.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to take advantage of that and end up in the top position.
Thanks, and Poro, you got any questions for Alo?
Oh, always. So Ayla, you and Kurt and Luke have been together for what, like 3-4 years now? Almost, on and off?
I've been playing with Purdy since November 2018. And Luke, on and off, he abandoned us one year, but he's back now. So maybe around 5 or 6 years for Luke.
So when you find yourself in a position where you guys have been together for so long, you know each other so well, and you find yourself in a position of having to pick up that 4th player, this time you guys go with Cowboy. What is it that you guys kind of look for when you're looking for that new player to come in and join you guys that have been together for so long?
We were looking, when we were deciding on a 4th, our main goals were preferably someone young and mechanically talented that we can help become a better and better player since they're young. And the most important thing I would say for this pick would be picking someone that gets along with the team really well. I would say someone that fits our personalities and team culture, and someone we're not going to argue with and something like that. Just someone easy to get along. And Cowboy is that.
So I'm intrigued with the new setups. How do you guys kind of function internally? I know like vibes are a big part of it, right? But usually you kind of break into 2-2s and whatnot. Like there at the end of the last game, we saw you and Cowboy playing the push together. Is that something that we're going to see more of, or is it more versatile in the way that you guys are approaching your team dynamics?
I think it's more versatile. I think whatever happens, it happens right now. The only time we really try to set something up like that would be Luke anchoring, if something like that. And I was the majority of the time the one in the back trying to hit something like that.
Okay, so we've got everybody together here. We need to do something before we I pass it back over to you, Gibson. We all need to do the pose together, so that way we can set up. Come on, everybody, join in with me. You know you want to. Come on, casters, you can do it too. Alo, do the hands up wide. Yeah.
Screenshot
feels
it.
Good.
Send it.
Feels good. All right, now Gibson, you can do the serious stuff.
Oh, look, Alo, it's always a pleasure to have you on board. I'm a Team Liquid fan, a huge fan of the org. Glad that you're playing for them. But before you go, as always, is there anything you want to say? The floor is yours.
Shout out to Team Liquid. Shout out to all our sponsors for letting us stay in the Brazilian boot camp. And shout out to my family and my team. Thank you for having me on.
Perfect. Well, look, thank you, Alo. Thanks for joining us. We're going to go and let you get ready for tomorrow. And as always, it's a pleasure. So guys, that's that from Alo. Obviously, a strong finish from Liquid. A much better day for them today than yesterday as they go up to, I think, was it 77 points is the tally? He said it, though. He hopes somebody chokes tomorrow. And I think that if they can get that sort of form, that last map going, they'll be there to take advantage if somebody does, right, Matt?
I mean, Team Liquid usually has the capabilities and the mindset to grind it out all the way to the end. We have been seeing the fact that we've been explosive days, right? A big part of it has been the map switch ups as we've gone from Erangel with a first and last game into Miramar with the first and last game. Athletes of Christ having big pop offs, and then Team Liquid did as well, but then it was mostly a Falcons big day today. I think that whenever we look at Team Liquid, they've got the wherewithal to hold through, while a couple of these squads might just be riding the waves.
Obviously, 5 maps tomorrow. It's the final running of the first PAS finals, and then we do it all again next week. Poro, usually sell used cars. You know, you're the king of the used car emporium. I want you to sell the viewers at home why they should watch tomorrow.
I mean, look, if the race between Athletes of Christ and Falcons is not enough to make you want to come in here, then you can look for the race for third place, because everybody else down the leaderboard is so tight. It is going to be so close, and you still have a couple of teams on the wrong side of the leaderboard that could get a good thing going their way that could start a snowball rolling. So anything can happen. We've seen so much movement, so much leaderboard adjustment happen on the final day. So tomorrow, I don't expect anything different. It's going to be excitement from the match 1 to match 5.
Sorry, I was just signing the sales agreement there. Matt, anything else?
Also, we're going to be there. We're going to be there. And you want to see us. You love us. Right?
Sold to the viewers at home. Matt, final thoughts?
I mean, you've seen these just massive games. We've seen squads go on absolute rampages. Falcons now in the top spot. But Athletes of Christ, do they have the faith? We're going to be going into Sunday. Athletes of Christ are going to be chasing after the Falcons. Do you want to miss that? Is God on their side? We will find out.
Faith Sunday.
PAS finals tomorrow, same time, same place. From Matt, Poro, and I, it's good night. See you tomorrow.